specifically the benchmark revisions to the 12 months through March of 2025.
The celebration continues in Seattle today for the Super Bowl 60 champion Seahawks with a victory parade. Officials estimate between 750,000 and 1 million people will be in attendance. Lori Ozark will be there.
I told my manager, though, way before we even went to the Super Bowl, I said if we win, I'm not coming in on whatever day the parade follows.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, it's mostly cloudy, 58 degrees. Humidity 80%, dew point 52. Winds are calm and pressure at 29.91. It's 7:15 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sandhills news. Here on this Wednesday hump day, 2 pets were rescued by firefighters after a fire left the home heavily damaged Monday night. This according to the Cranes Creek Fire Department. Crews were dispatched around 8:43 p.m. to Heritage Way, just over the Harnett County line, where they found an active fire overtaking the home. Firefighters conducted primary and secondary searches and located a dog and a small cat inside. Both animals were removed from the home, given oxygen, and found to be stable. One chapter has ended and another has begun for the Moore County readers with the opening of the new Aberdeen Library. The town donated the building in 2022, gifting the project a permanent home for a larger modern library. Now the newly renovated space features reading areas, a vast and growing selection of books, dedicated areas for children and teens, a common room for meetings and programs, and a 400-square-foot rear patio outfitted with tables and umbrellas. And the North Carolina's largest countywide scavenger hunt is back for the 4th year, but this time with a patriotic twist. The popular Pinecone Pathways program is returning to Moore County and will run from March 20th to April 22nd. The program was created by the Visit Pinehurst Southern Pines Aberdeen area in partnership with glassmakers from Starworks in Star, North Carolina. Starting on the first day of spring, 100 colorful glass pine cones will be hidden along trails throughout Moore County for a 5-week period concluding on Earth Day, which is April 22nd. However, 25 of the 100 glass pine cones will be speckled red, white, and blue to commemorate the National American 250th celebration. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sandhill Sentinel. And remember, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It's 7:18. Here comes your sports.
NCN Sports, I'm Craig Green. Number 11 Tar Heels on the road at Miami last night. The first game since the Nailbiter versus Duke, taking on former Duke assistant and Canes head coach Jay Lucas.
And here come the students. They're going to rush the floor on North Carolina. Miami 75, North Carolina 66.
Hurricane Sports Network from Learfield, Carolina Falls on the road at the Watsco Center. The Blue Devils, still 4th in the country, travel to Pitt and take on former Duke assistant Jeff Cable's Panthers.
How about another drive? Scoop it to the left. Evans, a ball fake and a 3. Got it! Isaiah Evans has 21. Timeout, Pittsburgh.
Blue Devil Sports Network from Learfield, Evans 21 points, 5 3-pointers. Duke wins 70-54 at Pitt. At the Olympics in Milan, the U.S. women's hockey team throttles Canada 5-0. The first shutout in Canada's Olympic history. The Americans will play host nation Italy in the gold medal quarterfinals. Men's hockey begins on Wednesday. The Hurricanes are represented by 5 players in Milan. Nikola Ehlers and Frederick Anderson will suit up for Denmark. Seth Jarvis with Team Canada. Sebastian Aho with Finland. And Jakub Slavin will play for the U.S. Aho and the Finns take on Slovakia this morning. To baseball, 3-time Cy Young Award winner Justin Verlander returns to the Tigers on a 1-year, $13 million deal. Verlander turns 43 this month. Tigers pitchers and catchers report to spring training today. For the first time in 21 years, LeBron James will not qualify for any NBA awards this season. LeBron missed his 18th game of the year against the Spurs last night with an injury and will not make the 65-game threshold. The Hornets are back on the court tonight as they host the Atlanta Hawks. Tip-off at 7. The Hornets have won 9 of their last 10 games. Charlie Woods, the son of the legendary Tiger Woods, announced he is committed to play golf at Florida State in 2027. You're listening to NCN Sports.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power communities provide electricity to families and businesses from a locally owned and operated system. Public power systems are not-for-profit and provide electricity at affordable rates with unbeaten reliability. Your local public power provider invests in your community, providing local jobs and supporting your local economy. Electricities of North Carolina is the energy behind public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
Did you know Medicare fraud is costing us $68 billion a year? The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medical Patrol Program's goal is to reduce Medicare fraud, waste, and abuse. If you suspect any billing or Medicare fraud issues, we're here to help. Contact SMP today at ncshIIP.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Top 25 college basketball for tonight. Number 2, Michigan at Northwestern at 8:30. Number 6, UConn at Butler at 7:30. Number 14 at Georgia at 7 p.m. Colorado visits number 16 Texas Tech at 8. And Virginia Tech at number 20 Clemson at 7. College softball on the menu today. North Carolina hosts Coastal Carolina with first pitch at 5 p.m. In the NBA, Bucks at the Magic and Wizards at the Cavs at 7 at 7:34 games. Bulls at the Celtics. Pistons at the Raptors, Pacers at the Nets, and the Knicks at the 76ers at 8 o'clock, Clippers at the Houston Rockets, and Miami will visit the New Orleans Pelicans at 8 p.m. In the Western Conference, the world champion Thunder visit the Suns at 9 o'clock, Kings at Jazz also at 9, and Grizzlies visit the Nuggets at 9 o'clock. Craig Green, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
I'm the biggest thing to hit this planet in decades.
The following radio show is to be heard only by people with a sense of humor.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Moore County used to stand for peace, community, and tradition, but Senator Tom McInnes sold us out. Short-term rental takeovers, big apartment complexes, and traffic schemes that threaten our historic roads. Tom McInnes used to be an auctioneer. Now he's auctioning off Moore County to the highest bidders, the big developers. Our quality of life is on the market. We're not against growth, but growth must be smart, local, and planned. Moore County is not for sale. Senator McInnes works for developers. Elect Ray Daley to the North Carolina State Senate. He'll work for you.
Paid for by Ray Daley for North Carolina Senate.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in rhinestones and grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org, so tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater, because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly. If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical service in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From bad switches to home surge protection, Mace Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny and Gail Mace at Mace Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. 910-673-0093.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is Steve Woodward teeing off. Trump derangement syndrome, TDS, dominates digital media and television. But chronic TDS is here in this idyllic county. Many obsess about the end of democracy, exposing ignorance. Ours is a constitutional republic. Democracies have failed for centuries. A recent letter in the Pilot, Therapists for the Self-Loathing, observes today's United States is not the America I grew up in and is riddled with complaints. Worth noting, a bygone America was energy dependent, was gripped by racial segregation, now rarely tolerated, and was conducting endless warfare in faraway lands. The author oozes generalities. Health insurance is unaffordable, an Obama-era consequence. Citizens are killed by government agencies, actually 2 lawless vigilantes impeding federal agents, and yet zero mention of countless victims of illegal immigrants who surged across Biden's open border. It's closed today. Homelessness and hunger impacting millions, bemoans the author. Left unsaid, this enduring neglect is endemic when Democrats hold power. Los Angeles, anyone? Not the country he once knew? In one regard, he's right. Anti-Semitism fueled by Free Palestine leftist radicals, i.e. New York Mayor Mamdani, never has been more rampant. I'm Steve Woodward, teed off again.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers out there. That'll take us up until about midday. And then from midday onward, you see a gradual decrease in the clouds from north to south. Still going to be warm, highs in the mid to upper 60s. But that changes overnight. The colder air catches up, mainly clear, and temperatures in the low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning. Thursday, seasonable, mostly sunny to partly cloudy, highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
11th.
I'm giving free guitar lessons today. Why? Why is that?
It's National Guitar Day.
It's a guitar.
You can't play it.
I'm lead guitar. I play guitar.
Okay.
I play guitar. I can't play guitar. Right. Guitars?
Guitar.
No guitar.
You're picking up guitar? Happy National Guitar Day.
Okay, it's showtime.
I'm solid gold. I've got the goods. They stand when I walk through the neighborhoods. I'm making it. I've got the chance. I'm taking it. No more faking it. This time in life, I'm making it. Making it. Hello, uptown. Goodbye, poverty. The top of the ladder is waiting for me. I'm making it. I've got the chance. I'm taking it. No more faking it. This time in life, I'm making it. Making it. Making it. Listen, everyone here. This coming year's gonna be my year. I'm as bad as they come, number 2 to no one. I've got looks, I've got brains, and I'm breaking these chains. Make some room now, take what you see. Success is mine, 'cause I've got the key. I'm making it. I've got the chance, I'm taking it. No more faking it. This time in life, I'm making it.
Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on our live audio stream and video streams. Those are available to you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. All three get you to the same place. When you get there for the audio by itself, the broadcast signal, go to the upper right-hand corner of the web page where it says On the Air, Listen Live. Click that once, hit the play button, and you're working. You should be working with gas and cooking with gas, as they say. If you want the audio and video together, you can see that also. Center of the homepage where it says Watch Live Audio and Video of Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click on that, and you should be watching that quick as soon as you hit today's date. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, well, it's going to be pretty good by the end of the day. Yesterday was very nice. Not as many people took advantage of it as they probably should have, but regardless, let's weather for us today here. All right, rain before 10 a.m. This should be just some light rain stuff. 70% chance of it, though. Then gradually becoming mostly sunny by afternoon with a high pushing 70, 68 officially. Look for tonight to be partly cloudy, 33 for a low. Tomorrow a little more seasonable. Partly sunny with a high of 54. Tomorrow night cloudy and 30. Friday, sunshine and 54 degrees. Saturday, more sunny skies and 60. Then rain returns just in time for the weekend, of course. Sunday or Saturday night, chance of rain, low of 40. Sunday, rain, high of 55. 80% chance of getting wet. Monday, 30% chance of getting wet with a high of 57. Tuesday, sunshine returns and 63. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm. Pressure is 2991. Dew point 52. Humidity 80%. We have cloudy skies and 58 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, little David Dalton making it 7:34 past the hour on this Wednesday, hump day. Yeah, glad you made yourself a part of our day, and hopefully won't let you down. It is let's see, currently 58 degrees. May see a few light showers out there, but that should be tapering off hopefully. Well, what's been happening since you were last here? Let me cut some things off right quick so we don't sound stupid. Of course, out there in Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, still looking for Nancy Guthrie, and they thought they had a person of interest last night, but it panned out not to be. Everybody was hoping that this would be the end of it, but it wasn't. It was just somebody said on a phone call, "I know those eyes. I know who it is." Turned out to be false alarm, but at least they scratched him off their list. I got a sound clip from him if I can find it. Of course, I can't find it when I desperately need it. So quick. I knew it. Let's try it again. Best news. I'll keep looking for it. But coming up today, in the second hour, Miriam Chu will be here with the Moore County Republican Party. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do this interview this early. But since the school board is nonpartisan, you need to know the good guys from the bad guys, meaning Republicans from Democrats.
And additionally, we have the start of early voting tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's time to get into the mode of being informed.
So we'll do the interview with that underlying reason for doing it this early, because the unwritten rule is you don't give one Republican advantage over another prior to the primary, so they can have a fair shot at it, which we've done a piss poor job of in recent years.
I wish the North Carolina GOP would do that as regards the U.S. Senate race, where they have anointed Michael Whatley in a field of multiple primary candidates.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know why I've gone through this thing twice and I can't find that soundbite I need, which is got everything else, but not that.
Well, they went 60 miles south of Tucson, pulled over a DoorDash driver.
Well, I had that DoorDash driver interview on Fox from this morning, and didn't seem like the brightest soul, but he was honest.
Yeah.
And said, "It's not me." Somebody called in and said that those were my eyes. Well, it turns out they weren't. He was very cooperative, and they let him go.
Well, the video that came out late yesterday certainly provides many insights into the person who was at that door in terms of their height, their build, and apparently their complete and utter incompetence, trying to use a handful of fauna from a bush to cover the camera.
Yeah.
About the dumbest thing I've ever seen. One piece of electric tape would have done the trick, but what do I know?
Well, maybe I got these notes over here. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Person of interest. A person of interest was detained yesterday in the abduction of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. Nothing has been revealed about the suspect except that he is not a member of the family. He's since been released. Earlier in the day, the FBI released 6 pictures of 2 videos of a potential suspect from surveillance cameras, which the alleged abductor is seen tampering with. The images show a person in a jacket, ski mask, and gloves, wearing a backpack and a firearm at the waist. He or she attempted to block Nancy's doorbell camera with a glove, then with some flowers from the porch. It was originally thought that no footage existed since Nancy Guthrie's didn't have a subscription plan, meaning her content was not saved to the cloud or server. But the FBI was able to locate residual data from within the server and did a back-end system search. Although, according to the ransom note, the kidnapper or kidnappers had offered to return Nancy's to her family after receiving $6 million in Bitcoin. And TMZ says that yesterday, for the first time, there was activity in the Bitcoin account connected to the ransom note, but they wouldn't reveal the amount. Other sources say it was $300, kind of a test run that it was connecting. Nancy's has been missing, of course, since Sunday, February 1st. Savannah posted one of the videos yesterday and said in the caption that she believes her mother is still alive. We're all hoping for that with everything we got. So even though the Savannah and the rest, half the world don't agree with each other, we all agree on one thing. We want our mother to come back safely. And we'll do whatever we can to help.
You know, it was pointed out by one of the many investigator talking heads parading across the TV screen last night that there has not been a kidnapping of this level of profile in decades in this country, which is, when you think about it, is probably about right. But
I'm sure there are plenty of other kidnapped victims out there, and they're saying, why the FBI helping me like this?
Right. Well, of course, the fame factor plays into this quite a bit, and but it is bizarre that that they've made so little progress, unless, of course, they know more than they're letting on, which is possible.
Well, a lot of the experts say something probably will develop today with the release of those pictures, because I'm sure tips are coming in left and right saying, I know those eyes, I know that mustache, I know whatever. Seemed like they could use IA to peel off that ski mask off the face and then see what's remaining underneath, but I doubt it's quite that good. That would be pretty cool. You just click a button, mask comes off digitally, and you're in. All right, well, we'll let you know if anything develops. If you want to find out any more, you can go to the Talking Head news channels, because that's all they've been talking about for 24 hours now. Same thing, same film, same over and over and over again. If the slightest thing changes, we'll let you know. All right, well, let's go find out some good news about today, shall we?
Good news is good news.
I have good news on good news on good news.
Good news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to some good news.
That's what I got for y'all today.
Okay, so what's the good news?
And the good news is...
Let's hear it.
A guy in Florida pulled a pregnant woman from a sinking car. Logan Hayes was out running errands and saw her car sinking. He dove into the pond and got her out. Then paramedics got her to the hospital, and she's okay. She had an emergency C-section, and she and her daughter, Ivory, are both doing great. Here is Logan talking about the rescue.
I was going to do everything that I could to try to help or assist in any way. And if that meant swimming, that meant swimming. I'm not the person that would have been able to sit and watch whatever would have played out play out. It's something I'm never gonna forget seeing. Like, it was like something out of a movie. I was just in the right place at the right time, and I got lucky, and it just happened to be me that did something.
Yep, you did the right thing. Meanwhile, a Stranger Thing fan out of Arizona officially has set the record-breaking collection of memorabilia. And fans, ladies, he is single. Chandler resident Joey Alvarez was awarded the Guinness World Record for the largest collection of Stranger Thing memorabilia with 2,301 different items. Here he is talking about the collection.
So I started collecting right after the show came out, but honestly, there was not a lot of merch out there. I was already a Funko Pop collector, so that was kind of the easiest way to get into collecting Stranger Things items. So I started collecting all the Funko Pops. In the beginning, I thought I was only going to collect the Funko Pops of Stranger Things, but that didn't last very long. It's actually surreal. I feel honored, super exciting. I mean, it's such an iconic brand like Guinness World Records. To even think about being in the book would be a collectible I definitely want to have in my collection.
Okay. Like I said, ladies, he's single.
But, and I, just based on what, what he was saying, his demeanor, I think I know why he's single. But anyway. Yeah.
More good news this morning. Firefighters helped Florida Fish and Wildlife save a manatee from a storm drain in Melbourne Beach Monday night. They could see it through a manhole, but there again, they can't get the terminology right. Manholes have sewage in them. Storm drains do not. They have runoff water from surface. Not saying the storm drains, good drinking water. I'm just saying there's a big difference. It's like on the Guthrie thing. They're saying, no, they got a pipe down a manhole. No, they didn't. It was a storm drain. You don't have open grate on top of a manhole because the place would stink for miles to come.
Yes, indeed.
So
I've learned so much this morning.
Yes, you have. So when it's got a grate on it, it's not a manhole. Anyway, they could see through the grate, but obviously it was too big to fit through it. So they had to dig up the road and get it out. Last we heard, it was doing okay. They have several rescue groups down there in that area. Here are neighbors and volunteers talking about the rescue.
It was just happenstance that we found it. We had some surveying being done, and they found it during a survey because we're having some things done with our stormwater drains, which is really a miracle because he wouldn't have survived, he or she. Yeah, wow. So very grateful about that.
The community spirit, everybody around cheering for the manatee, and really they're cheering for all the volunteers and the personnel that came out here and gave their time, gave up their evening to rescue this poor little animal, So it's fantastic.
All right. Well, believe it or not, Britney Spears is back in the news. She has sold her ownership stake in her music catalog. This is ground-shaking news here. No word on how much she got officially. TMZ says their source described it as a landmark deal in the ballpark of $200 million. That's pretty good jack there for a few songs.
Also a few very marginally
well, it appealed to the audience at the time.
Even marginally great songs, I would say.
It once he came to the I don't know what it's called, the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. Is that what it's called now?
Yeah, used to be the PNC.
Yeah. They were very strict on who could get in to see her. People working there at the concession stands weren't allowed to look through the doors at that stage while they were, even if they were working there, because you didn't pay, you don't get to look, which her prerogative.
Even the concessionaires, huh?
Yeah.
Well, no regard for the working man, the people.
No, too busy charging you $50 for a hot dog
and a beer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There was a rumor that ski jumpers into Winter Olympics are injecting their packages with hyaluronic acid to help them jump further. Just the thought would make them jump further off the end of that slope. Jimmy Kimmel and his insane stupidity brought it up last night.
The Winter Olympics are underway in Milan. There's a rumor making the rounds at the Olympic Village that male skiers, specifically the jumpers, have been injecting themselves in the genitals to enhance their aerodynamics.
Ski jumpers are now thinking about enlarging their genital areas by injecting hyaluronic acid.
If anything was to come to the surface, we would look at anything if, it is actually doping related. We don't do other means of enhancing performance, but
I'll be Googling it as soon as I get back to my hotel. Does it work?
Or maybe you could do it to your mouth, Jimmy, and shut the poop up. It would be so nice.
I've always said that to go flying off the end of a ski jump, you had to have considerable cojones. So I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, it also sounds. I guess they're saying that they would therefore be able to add more material to their suits somehow. That's the whole theory, anyway.
If that's gonna make them jump farther, more power to them, man.
I guess, yeah.
It's not gonna make any difference. And I don't understand sometimes. When you go down when the skiers go down that slope, they get to the end, and the key to that, as I understand it, to that sport is when you snap in the up position, coming off that slope to get as much height as you can. And why is always won by the Swiss, I don't know. They have a way of always snapping at the right time, whereas the American Olympic team doesn't seem to be able to get it after all these years and all this practice. I mean, they can do it in the summertime. You're allowed to go there because they got kind of like a artificial turf under where the snow would be.
Up in Lake Placid.
Yeah, it's plastic, and but still you can get the same effect as the wind to kick it out. You go up, 150 feet? Coming down that slope, you're about 150 feet difference. But you're coming down at the slope, so it's a soft landing, hopefully. Today is National Make a Friend Day, and it's easy to do.
It's National Make a Friend Day, and we want to help you celebrate with these quick, easy tips for adding a friend to your life. First, never approach a stranger and say, "Want to be my friend?" It's weird. Instead, say something more appealing like, "Want to share a gummy?" If you make a connection with someone, don't text right away. It makes you look desperate. And you already did that by making a friend on Make a Friend Day. Oh, and hey, don't cheat and try to count your dog as your friend. As for a cat, like cats are capable of forming emotional bonds. And remember, friendships take work. Be sure to meet up with your new pal for coffee, lunch, or a late night copper raid at a construction site. If none of these tips work, don't worry. It just means you're toxic and nobody likes you. So just get the cat.
Okay.
Well, that's some sound advice, if I ever heard it.
Well, we know what the news is now. What about the Not Headline News?
This is Not Headline News. Today is Get Out Your Guitar Day. I brought mine into the studio. Wait. Hold on. Oh, forget it. A new study shows that playing a brain-training video game could protect against dementia for up to 20 years. However, all that progress could be undone by playing 5 minutes of Grand Theft Auto. A new study finds alarming levels of arsenic in some of America's most popular candies. Health experts are warning people to avoid eating Reese's Pieces of arsenic. And a Texas man folded 250 functional paper airplanes in an hour. Let me guess, Mom took Tylenol when she was pregnant? This is Not Headline News.
And other Not Headline News, there are rumors Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. But remember, there are similar rumors about Joe Biden, and they wound up not being true.
There you go.
A Florida restaurant is serving iguana meat pizza. For more details, Google gross pizza and then skip all the stories about Papa John's. Jennifer Aniston turns 57 today. She made a wish, blew out her candles, and poof, like that, Angelina Jolie burst into flames.
There you go. Wow. 57.
You
That's
stole
hard.
my man. I'll burn you up.
That's incomprehensible. 57. Wow.
Thomas Edison was born on this day in 1847. I've always wondered, when Edison first got the idea for the light bulb, what appeared above his head.
Yeah, no kidding.
Bad Bunny deleted his Instagram post after his Super Bowl halftime show. Here's hoping Britney Spears is the next year's halftime show. Back in the mid-'70s, George Lucas almost sold off the rights to Star Wars for a whopping $10,000, which is iconic because nowadays you can't even buy a vintage Darth Vader action figure for that. Well, maybe if it's missing the cape and the lightsaber.
Those Star Wars people, I'll never understand them. I don't get it.
Jeb Bush turned 73 today. Please clap.
Low energy Jeb. Yeah.
The Atlanta Falcons have the most single fans in the NFL. That's right. Of the 6 people who are Atlanta Falcon fans, 5 are single.
What about that, huh? Oh.
And the Winter Olympics are in full swing. The Winter Olympics, where the only thing whiter than the snow are the athletes. And that's your not headline news this morning.
Well, Associated Press was very upset because there were too many white members of the Swedish Olympic team. They did a whole story on that. It's quite remarkable.
And as we mentioned in the not headline news, today is National Guitar Day.
Excellent!
Yeah, so now you know.
All right. That's nice.
There's another one of those stories where, yes, guys, she's single. Pepsi is launching a Wild Cherry Pepsi SPF 30 tinted lip gel, created in collaboration with Vacation Sunscreen. The lip gel is debuting next week at Targets and online. Here's a beauty influencer. What do you do for a living? I'm a beauty influencer. This is Courtney F. Beauty giving it a try.
I want to talk about this brand new. This is from Vacation. They did a collab with Pepsi and they released a wild cherry flavor tinted lip gel sunscreen with SPF of 30. This is going to be one of those things that's either really good or really bad. Oh my God, it tastes just like cherry Pepsi. If you like cherry Pepsi at all, grab this. Thought it was just going to be cherry, but it has that cola after note to it. This is going in my purse.
Okay.
Boy. I wouldn't want to see the results of her IQ test. That would be quite alarming, I think.
Friday, well, she probably makes $1 billion a year being a beauty influencer.
Yeah. Well, I just hope to God she doesn't have a driver's license or
wonder what she looks like. I can find out right
access
quick.
to a car. The thought of her on the open road is scary.
Well, if it'll throw it up here, it doesn't look like it will. Still looking. Well, who cares, I guess. I will wait. Come on. I'll go do something else while I'm at it. Let's see. Did that. Several of the well, let me start my music on this one so it has the effect. A little scary stuff here. Love that. Several of the Friday the 13th movies are returning to Regal Cinemas on the 3 Friday the 13th of 2026. This Friday the 13th, they'll show the original Friday the 13th Part 2. Yeah, Freddy Krueger stuff. Which, in his first couple of movies, was pretty good. Especially right there at the end when they had the ending of Friday the 13th 1, where the, I think it was the guy or the girl standing at the front door, and you could see it from a distance, and all of a sudden, Freddy Krueger reaches through the I guess peephole, probably about a 2x2 peephole, and pulls them through it, and they disappear.
I never watched those films. I have no.
They were pretty good at the time.
I mean, why do we need that kind of?
At the time,
violence?
I enjoyed a good horror movie. The two best, in my opinion. Number one was the original Carrie at the time. Because of the double and triple whammies it had in it. It just made feel like a bolt of electricity went up the back of your spine and popped you in the head. It was done that well at the time. Now you couldn't get that effect because everybody knows the effect. And the second one that was second best was the original Friday the... oh, come on, Stevie.
Of all time.
Yeah, it was... golly, the girl's name was Raven in it. She was possessed. Exorcist.
Oh, The Exorcist.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that was...
At
this
the time,
morning we start out with a chance
good.
for a few light rain showers out there. That'll take us up until about midday. And then from midday onward, you see a gradual decrease in the clouds from north to south. Still going to be warm, highs in the mid to upper 60s. But that changes overnight. The colder air catches up, mainly clear, and temperatures in the low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning. Thursday, seasonable, mostly sunny to partly cloudy, highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. He says his name is Carlos and he's the man detained and questioned by authorities investigating the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. His home in Rio Rico, Arizona, it's about an hour south of Tucson, was searched, and Carlos, who says he's innocent of any wrongdoing, was later released. All of this follows the release of a key piece of evidence in the baffling case.
Authorities investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie releasing the first surveillance images Tuesday showing a person on her porch wearing a full head mask, jacket, backpack, and gloves the night she went missing. Authorities searching for the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie have not identified any suspects or persons of interest. FBI Director Kash Patel posting the images on X, saying the video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems.
Correspondent Julie Walker. In British Columbia, a deadly mass shooting.
This is a devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound.
British Columbia's Public Safety Minister Nina Krieger says a total of 9 people were killed at 2 locations, one of them a school, the other a home nearby. This happened in Tumbler Ridge. It's about 600 miles north of Vancouver. The shooter, identified only as a female, also died apparently of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There's been no word of a motive. We don't know exactly what prompted this. Federal Aviation Administration closing the airspace around El Paso International Airport in Texas for 10 days, grounding all flights to and from the airport. Special security reasons are cited, but no further details have been provided. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are higher this hour. The Dow futures are up about 45 points. The NASDAQ futures ahead 20. More on these stories, townhall.com. Dennis Prager here for AmFed Coin and Bullion. I've always been a strong believer in precious metals investment, and I've always been fascinated with rare coin collecting. But owning the wrong coins that only make dealers a lot of money can be catastrophic for your investment portfolio. AmFed Coin and Bullion specializes in taking people out of non-performing coin portfolios and turning them into gold, silver, or platinum bullion. They tailor a portfolio based on your goals and not what they want to sell you. You'll never experience scare tactics, misleading hype, or high-pressure sales from owner Nick Grovich and his very knowledgeable staff. They will evaluate your portfolio, show you how your coins have performed, and take the time to educate you on the ugly industry practices so that you can make an informed decision. Smart people can make very bad investments when they're under pressure and lack the facts. Call 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. AmericanFederal.com. Iran's celebration of the Islamic Revolution comes amid growing tension with the U.S. and the regime's deadly crackdown on anti-government protests.
Iran is marking its 47th anniversary of its Islamic Revolution. The commemoration comes as its theocracy comes under pressure, both from President Trump and an angry public denouncing Iran's bloody crackdown on nationwide protests. Meanwhile, President Masoud Pezeshkian got on stage at Azadi Square in Tehran and insisted that Iran is willing to negotiate over its nuclear program as fledgling nuclear talks with America hang in the balance. A top Iranian security official traveled to Qatar on Wednesday after earlier visiting Oman, which has mediated this latest round of negotiations.
And that's correspondent Karen Chamis. A Russian drone has struck a home in Ukraine's Kharkiv region, killing a father and his 3 small children. Their mother, who was pregnant, was seriously injured. Townhall.com. Well, this could be another reason that the term global warming seems to have fallen out of fashion.
Temperatures in northern Europe have been so low that Estonians can now drive across a 12.5-mile stretch of frozen sea. This ice road connects the islands of Saaremaa and Hiiumaa. It officially opened Sunday after locals began driving across the frozen sea, risking their safety. Ferries struggle to maintain service due to weeks of temperatures dropping to minus 10 degrees Celsius or 14 degrees Fahrenheit. The road is a marked corridor where the specialists ensure the ice is thick enough for cars. Vehicles must follow strict rules to prevent damaging the ice. Keith Peters reporting.
The Food and Drug Administration is refusing to consider Moderna's application for a new flu vaccine made with the mRNA technology. More on these stories, townhall.com.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Moore County used to stand for peace, community, and tradition, but Senator Tom McInnes sold us out. Short-term rental takeovers, big apartment complexes, and traffic schemes that threaten our historic roads. Tom McInnes used to be an auctioneer. Now he's auctioning off Moore County to the highest bidders, the big developers. Our quality of life is on the market. We're not against growth, but growth must be smart, local, and planned. Moore County is not for sale. Senator McInnes works for developers. Elect Ray Daley to the North Carolina State Senate. He'll work for you.
Paid for by Ray Daley for North Carolina Senate.
7 days a week, we're on the job. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. Sean Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Up to 40% off appliances and 12 months no interest going on now. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now have financing options available with no interest for 12 months and deep discounts on all home appliances. Remember, low price guarantee, and we price match any in-stock local competitor. So please shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Caraloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen. See
store for details.
With me now is retired Air Force Colonel Andy Orander. Of course, Andy, you had some recent pain. Tell us about that as well as what you decided to do about it.
Yeah, I had some issues with my L5 and S1 joint, walking around like Walter Brennan, a lot of pain. And I went to a chiropractor. It was Dr. Wright at Pinecone, and she did this thing called pressure wave, and I highly recommend that to everybody.
Was it easier than you thought, or was it a painful experience?
It was non-painful, non-invasive. It's something I never really knew about.
And did it work, and would you gladly recommend it?
Absolutely, 100% it worked. I'd never heard of it before, and I recommend it to everybody I meet who have any kind of pain, arthritis.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. North Carolina is set for another presidential visit. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at a briefing on Tuesday said,
on Friday, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will travel to Fort Bragg in the great state of North Carolina to meet with military families and the heroic members of our special forces.
The main airport in El Paso, Texas, has shut down for 10 days. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve has more.
This is highly unusual. The FAA moving in the middle of the night, putting basically a 10-mile radius no-fly zone around the El Paso airport for, quote, special security reasons. The FAA is not specifying what those reasons are.
We're hearing now from Democratic Governor Josh Stein about moves by GOP-led elections board to reduce early voting locations and time.
The idea that you would take away options for people to vote on Sunday when that may be the day they prefer to vote, making it less convenient for them to participate in our democracy. That is a backward step.
The race is on to find the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. An Arizona man who was detained for hours overnight for questioning has been released. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
I don't know anything. This man says he was held and later released. They just told me to stop moving. Like, what's your name? Carlos. And that's it. They put me in the cop car. I hope they get the suspect, because I'm not it.
One person is dead, another is injured, and deputies are searching for a person responsible after a Tuesday afternoon shooting in Pinnacle and Stokes County. Deputies are searching for a person responsible. Tax experts say that 2025 came with some of the largest tax law changes in the last 50 years. Mark Staber is with Jackson Hewitt Tax Services.
There's a lot to watch and a lot to watch out for, mostly all good for taxpayers. But that being said, it's not automatic.
You're listening to NCN News.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
10 people are confirmed dead after a mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 8 people, including the person believed to be responsible, died at the school. Nita Kiger is the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General in British Columbia.
A devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound.
The Neuse River Narcotics Task Force held a press conference in relation to recent arrests made in the region. Task Force is made up of enforcement agencies from Craven, Pamlico, Carteret counties. Carteret County Sheriff Asa Buck.
It's so important to go out here and arrest these folks that are selling these drugs and supplying these drugs to those who are addicted.
Wake County Public Health said Tuesday that it had been notified that a person infected with measles visited several public places in Wake County while contagious. Local doctors are imploring people to check their measles vaccination status. The celebration will continue in Seattle for Super Bowl 60 champion Seahawks with a trophy presentation at the home stadium, followed by a victory parade. Officials estimate more than 1 million people could show up. Police want everybody to have fun. Jace Hogg is a deputy in Kings County.
Be patient, be smart, don't drink and drive. It's going to be obviously alcohol consumed. We ask you to have a plan and don't get in a vehicle if you've been drinking.
Correspondent Michael George reports on a study looking at the most effective treatments for depression and anxiety.
Could the most effective treatment for depression and anxiety be exercise? A study published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine found all forms of exercise performed better at reducing symptoms than medication or therapy. Supervised or group aerobic exercise was the most effective at reducing depression, and shorter, lower intensity exercise was best for relieving anxiety.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, we have some light rain, cloudy skies, 58 degrees, humidity 84%, dew point 53, winds are calm, and pressure at 2993. It is 8:15 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Wednesday hump day. 2 pets were rescued by firefighters after a fire left the home heavily damaged. This happening Monday night, according to the Cranes Creek Fire Department. Crews were dispatched around 8:43 in the evening to Heritage Way, just over the Harnett County line, where they found an active fire overtaking the home. Firefighters conducted primary and secondary searches and located a dog and small cat inside. Both animals were removed from the home, given oxygen, and found to be stable. One chapter has ended and another one has begun for the Moore County readers with the opening of the new Aberdeen Library. The town donated the building in 2022, gifting the project a permanent home for a larger, modern library. But now the newly renovated space features reading areas, a vast and growing selection of books, dedicated areas for children and teens, a community room for meetings and programs, and a 400-square-foot rear patio outfitted with tables and umbrellas. The North Carolina's largest countywide scavenger hunt is back for the 4th year, but this time with a patriotic twist. The popular Pinecone Pathway program is returning to Moore County with will run from March 20th to April 22nd. The program was created by the Visit Pinehurst, Southern Pines, Aberdeen area in partnership with glassmakers from Star Works in Star, North Carolina. Starting on the first day of spring, 100 colorful glass pine cones will be hidden along trails throughout Moore County for a 5-week period concluding on Earth Day, April 22nd. However, 25 of the 100 glass pine cones will be speckled red, white, and blue to commemorate the National American 250 celebration. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And always remember, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:17. Here's your sports.
NCN Sports, I'm Craig Green. Number 11 Tar Heels on the road at Miami last night. The first game since the Nailbiter versus Duke, taking on former Duke assistant and Canes head coach Jay Lucas.
And here come the students. They're going to rush the floor on North Carolina. Miami 75, North Carolina 66.
Hurricane Sports Network from Learfield, Carolina Falls on the road at the Watsco Center. The Blue Devils, still 4th in the country, travel to Pitt and take on former Duke assistant Jeff Capel's Panthers.
How about another drop? Scoop it to the left. Evans, a ball fake and a 3. Got it! Isaiah Evans has 21. Timeout, Pittsburgh.
Blue Devil Sports Network from Learfield, Evans 21 points, 5 3-pointers. Duke wins 70-54 at Pitt. At the Olympics in Milan, the U.S. women's hockey team throttles Canada 5-0, the first shutout in Canada's Olympic history. The Americans will play host nation Italy in the gold medal quarterfinals. Men's hockey begins on Wednesday. The Hurricanes are represented by 5 players in Milan. Nikola Ehlers and Fredrik Andersen will suit up for Denmark. Seth Jarvis with Team Canada. Sebastian Aho with Finland. And Jakub Slavin will play for the U.S. Aho and the Finns take on Slovakia this morning. To baseball, 3-time Cy Young Award winner Justin Verlander returns to the Tigers on a 1-year, $13 million deal. Verlander turns 43 this month. Tigers pitchers and catchers report to spring training today. For the first time in 21 years, LeBron James will not qualify for any NBA awards this season. LeBron missed his 18th game of the year against the Spurs last night with an injury and will not make the 65-game threshold. The Hornets are back on the court tonight as they host the Atlanta Hawks. Tip-off at 7. The Hornets have won 9 of their last 10 games. Charlie Woods, the son of the legendary Tiger Woods, announced he is committed to play golf at Florida State in 2027. You're listening to NCN Sports.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power communities provide electricity to families and businesses from a locally owned and operated system. Public power systems are not-for-profit and provide electricity at affordable rates with unbeaten reliability. Your local public power provider invests in your community, providing local jobs and supporting your local economy. Electricities of North Carolina is the energy behind public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
If you're on Medicare, scammers may target you to steal your identity. Remember, Medicare will never call you asking for personal details. The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medicare Patrol program is here to protect you from fraud and provides you with knowledge to stay safe. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Top 25 college basketball for tonight. Number 2, Michigan at Northwestern at 8:30. Number 6, UConn at Butler at 7:30. Number 14 at Georgia at 7 p.m. Colorado visits number 16, Texas Tech at 8. And Virginia Tech at number 20, Clemson at 7. College softball on the menu today. North Carolina hosts Coastal Carolina with first pitch at 5 p.m. In the NBA, Bucks at the Magic and Wizards at the Cavs at 7 at 7:34 games. Bulls at the Celtics. Pistons at the Raptors, Pacers at the Nets, and the Knicks at the 76ers at 8 o'clock, Clippers at the Houston Rockets, and Miami will visit the New Orleans Pelicans at 8 p.m. In the Western Conference, the world champion Thunder visit the Suns at 9 o'clock, Kings at Jazz also at 9, and Grizzlies visit the Nuggets at 9 o'clock. Craig Green, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
life moves pretty fast.
Now I need a new sidekick.
Here's some advice for you, friend. Don't press your luck.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Since 1973, the Arts Council of Moore County has inspired the community through the arts. For a limited time, join now and get 50% off the individual annual membership price of $45. Your membership supports local exhibits, concerts, classes, and arts programs for all ages. Plus, you'll enjoy free gallery receptions, early ticket access, and exclusive discounts like 10% off at the Country Bookstore and 15% off framing at Eye Candy Gallery. Support the Arts Council. Together, we keep the arts at the heart of Moore County. Join today by calling 910-692-2787 or email ray@mooreart.org.
Care Aloha. Buy more, save more.
going on now. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. Caraloha carries sustainable bamboo fabrics consisting of sheets, towels, blankets, pillows, mattresses, and men and women's sleepwear. The buy more, save more going on now. Come feel the difference at your local veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Caraloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car, so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in Rhinestones and Grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org, so tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater, because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Power outages don't have to put your life on hold. At GenPro, we specialize exclusively in installing and maintaining Generac home standby generators, nothing else. Our skilled team will assess your needs to find the right size generator, handle a seamless installation, and provide ongoing maintenance so you have reliable power when the lights go out. Trust GenPro for professional, dedicated Generac generator solutions. Contact GenPro today at 910-986-2959. That's 910-986-2959 and experience true peace of mind.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is Steve Woodward teeing off. Trump derangement syndrome, TDS, dominates digital media and television. But chronic TDS is here in this idyllic county. Many obsess about the end of democracy, exposing ignorance. Ours is a constitutional republic. Democracies have failed for centuries. A recent letter in the Pilot, Therapists for the Self-Loathing, observes today's United States is not the America I grew up in and is riddled with complaints. Worth noting, a bygone America was energy dependent, was gripped by racial segregation, now rarely tolerated, and was conducting endless warfare in faraway lands. The author oozes generalities. Health insurance is unaffordable. an Obama-era consequence. Citizens are killed by government agencies. Actually, 2 lawless vigilantes impeding federal agents. And yet, zero mention of countless victims of illegal immigrants who surged across Biden's open border. It's closed today. Homelessness and hunger impacting millions, bemoans the author. Left unsaid, this enduring neglect is endemic when Democrats hold power. Los Angeles, anyone? Not the country he once knew? In one regard, he's right. Anti-Semitism fueled by Free Palestine leftist radicals, i.e. New York Mayor Mamdani, never has been more rampant. I'm Steve Woodward, teed off again.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers out there. That'll take us up until about midday. And then from midday onward, you see a gradual decrease in the clouds from north to south. Still going to be warm, highs in the mid to upper 60s. But that changes overnight. The colder air catches up, mainly clear, and temperatures in the low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning. Thursday, seasonable, mostly sunny to partly cloudy, highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
The 11th.
I'm giving free guitar lessons today. Why? Why is that?
It's National Guitar Day.
It's a guitar?
You can't play, right?
I'm lead guitar. I play guitar.
Okay.
I play guitar?
I can't play guitar.
Right.
Guitars?
Guitar.
No guitar.
But you're picking up guitar? Happy National Guitar Day.
Okay, it's showtime.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with Stephen Woodward this morning. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, Leader.
Go ahead.
Good morning, LeaderMan. Good morning, everybody, on this wistful Wednesday in the Sandhills.
Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on the live audio and video streams. Those are available to you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has an icon in the upper right-hand corner that says On the Air, Listen Live. If you want to listen to our broadcast signal, that's the one you click on. And then click on the play button after that. If you want to watch us do the program and hear it, you can do that with the video link. That's in the middle of the page where it says Watch Live Video, Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click that, hit today's date, and you're watching and listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, it's actually going to be a nice day today after this clouds and little rain pushes out of here. That'll be gone before 10 a.m. this morning. At least the rain will. The clouds will dissipate all day. Look for high today, pushing 68 degrees. Can't beat that. Then tonight, partly cloudy, low of 33. Tomorrow, more seasonable temperatures, but sunny skies with some clouds, 54 for a high. Same for Friday, but all sunshine. Saturday, partly sunny and a high of 60. And then Saturday night, Sunday, Monday, we have chances of rain, but seasonable temperatures around 60 degrees. Right now, around the Sandhills, winds are, let me get it up here, calm, pressure's 29.93. Dew point holding at 53 degrees, humidity 84%. We have cloudy skies and 59 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 8:33 past the hour on this Wednesday hump day. Glad you made us part of your Wednesday and your week. We finally made it to the halfway point, and we hope we won't disappear between now and the end of the week. All righty, cutting things off. Let's see, where am I on that? Right there. All right, everything's in place now. All right, now we can play radio. All right, in the studio with us this morning is Miriam Chu, and of course Miriam is, are you chairman now of the Republican Party?
No.
All right, let's get it straight.
I am the vice chair, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be here in the dugout with you and Steve this morning, and speaking to all the wonderful, informed listeners out here in the Sandhills.
And the chair just drove his truck off the road, but.
Oh, he did.
No.
Well, when you were introduced as chair.
Oh.
He'd get over it.
No, exactly.
No, I was the one that would have driven my truck off the road. Thank you.
Now the winds outdoors are calm, but the winds of discontent are swirling as early voting is coming our way.
Yes, sirree. And I want to emphasize how important your individual vote is in this primary election, knowing that we are actually voting against Democrats in the 2022 primary, which was the last midterm primary. Only 24% of registered voters turned out to vote. And just to
which is horrendous.
Yes. I mean,
people spend. I don't know whether you know how much it costs to run a campaign, but it's in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $60,000 for a local office, not national, local. And when people take their time and their hard-earned money to try to present themselves as a candidate, it's your responsibility to listen and then make an informed decision instead of just walking in there blindly and say, "Oh, that name sounds familiar. I'll vote for that."
Oh, my joke is don't let your voters go out and vote for Satan. That they go down the list and they see Steve Adams, Ted Budd. I don't recognize those names. Oh, Satan, I know that one. I'm voting for him. That's my running joke with the candidates.
Yeah, I believe it. All right. So one of the things this go round is that the school board has 2 seats available, at-large seats. Has 8 candidates vying for it. Mm-hmm. It's a nonpartisan race, which is why I'm willing to do this interview, because we need to know who's who by the scorecard here.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, indeed.
And if you want guys playing with girls, or Billy has 2 mommies, well, we know who not to vote for.
Exactly.
Or exorbitantly expensive new schools, which, we saw the last go around with some of them, the $40 million elementary schools. And there are many other issues, but I guess the first thing we should reiterate is the early voting schedule. So everybody knows that it starts tomorrow, believe it or not.
Yes, it is upon us.
Although Election Day is March 3rd, the early voting begins tomorrow, February 12th.
And is that right? Should that be? Because, like I said, the primary season's pretty short in that by the time you get through all the registration and whatnot and get it up there who's running, you only have like 2 months to get your message out. And you don't get from here to November. You get here to the early part of March, and that's it.
It is extremely difficult for a candidate because prior to the general election in November, nobody wants to listen to someone that's not running until the primary. Their election is in March, right. 4 months later.
But I think it's up to the parties, though, that need to do a better job of at least presenting forums where candidates can come speak.
Yes, well, we've been working on that extensively, and you may not be aware of what is evolving into a almost monthly precinct town hall event and social. Here in Pinehurst, in Southern Pines, they are meeting regularly. They invite candidates in. They invite the elected officials in. It's a small gathering, and voters and interested people within the precinct are actually able to ask questions one-on-one and get explanations from their elected officials, tell them what's of concern to them, ask why they voted a certain way, and they are really picking up and gaining steam. We've actually had 4 of these precinct socials have already occurred just this month.
Well, I think you also need to consider doing more online, because people are tuned to that.
Yeah,
where they could actually listen on their phone, going to work and back, or whatever the case may be. Have live online events, which they can see later if they have to.
Yeah, we need technical people to do that, I'll be honest. I mean, we're working
we need
really...
to be getting them.
Yeah, well, we're working really hard to up our social media presence to make sure that right now, I mean, we're trying to get up to speed with Facebook, keep our website more up to date, and those kind of things. I mean, we really have a strong initiative within the party, but what I'd really like to talk about is these school board primaries, because these are labeled nonpartisan, and because of that, we do have some really good, strong conservative candidates that will be great assets to the school board if they're elected. And they are running against some truly radical individuals that do not.
Do get their name out there and get elected.
Yes. I mean, and
so
we've
let's talk about these school board members, because
you
need to know who's who and which one are, well, I'm going to say it, Republicans, which ones are Democrats, because that kind of, even though it's a nonpartisan race.
Yeah, well, let me start with what we're doing differently this year with the Moore County Republican sample ballot. On the front side, it is a compilation of a regular ballot. This is the layout that your ballot will be when you actually go to the polls. Down in the left bottom corner, there are 3 House districts that are in this county. 2 of them have contested primaries, so we've got all 3 of them laid out so that the voter can look at those and immediately know who the candidates are. But the critical thing that we're doing different is on the nonpartisan nominations, Moore County Board of Education members at large, you may vote for 2.
And they'll be on both ballots.
Yeah, this nonpartisan Board of Education race will be on the Democrat ballot, the unaffiliated ballot, and the Republican ballot.
Right.
Now, on the front side of the ballot, we have got little red check marks by Don Zalaki, Jim Peterson, Olivia Oxendine, and David Norris. Those 4 candidates have been vetted by the party, and we are comfortable that they are, in fact, conservative Republicans who, as I said, will be an asset to our school board and espouse the values and principles of our community.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's extremely different from previous years and previous elections is if you flip that ballot over, there is a profile of each of those 4 candidates. I'm a Republican. I don't want to just be told blindly, vote for someone.
Right.
I want to understand why that recommendation is being made. And since you can only vote for 2, and obviously we voted for 4. If you vote 4, you spoiled your ballot, they're going to give you a new ballot.
Mm-hmm.
And you only get 4 chances to get it right.
Don't worry, we are Republicans. We only need 1 chance.
Yes, but nevertheless, I'm getting older and my eyesight's not that great.
Right.
But on the back side
so
of the ballot,
so you do put 4 in there, and
it'll be rejected, and they'll send you back to get a new ballot and do it right.
Right. Okay.
But we have profiles of those 4 candidates, and again, those are Don Zalaski, Jim Peterson, Olivia Oxendine, and David Norris.
Well, what about the ones that we don't want to vote for, because there's a difference? Like I said,
yes,
you can have the ones that pick out Joey has 2 mommies, or the one that has core values in their family. And depending on what yours are, you can make an informed decision instead of the liberals trying to ramrod their values down your throat, and then you sit there and say, how do we get these candidates? Why is the school board doing crazy stuff like this?
Well, and
Because you voted them in. That's why.
And we also should demand school board members who understand that the superintendent works for the board.
Amen.
And therefore for the taxpayer.
Amen.
Which we have not seen routinely in recent years. Furthermore, we should demand school board members who recognize that they have a fiscal responsibility, that they are stewards of the taxpayer dollar. That they are spending our money every time they vote on something. And again, recent board members have gotten behind the desk there in their thrones, and they treat most members of the so-called public like we are subjects.
There has been quite a few instances that I've observed on the school board live stream where, yes, the representatives of the public have been poorly treated. But I want to emphasize something that, based on what you just brought up, it is important to have a diversity of background, true diversity of experience, background, and skills.
Absolutely.
On the school board. It is important to have people with educational backgrounds to understand curriculum. The local school board, your county school board, chooses the curriculum. It is not dictated in Raleigh.
Right.
They will approve a selection of available curriculums to be purchased by your county, your school district.
Mm-hmm.
We only have one district. There are counties that have multiple districts, so just pointing that out. But the curriculum decision rests with the local school board. So if they tell you that they don't have control over it, they are lying.
Mm-hmm.
So you do need educational people that can understand, curriculum choices and that kind of thing. But it is equally important to have organizational business people, because the school board is also responsible for massive, millions of dollars in contracts for building schools. And they have got to understand that.
Already see the buildup of stupid decisions getting ready to come from that little bit about this new high school.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to put out contracts for $157 million, I believe it is, or 154. It's right there, which is utterly ridiculous. There are much better ways to get better results with a whole lot less money.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about doing it the crappy way. We're talking about...
And I'm not here today to argue individual policies and issues. What I'm here today is to emphasize to our voters out there how important it is for them to vote.
Mm-hmm.
That their vote is going to be extremely important in making sure that we get good, principled people to that school board this November who actually support their principles. That we've got to get rid of the wokeness. One of our school board candidates just recently in a forum that we'll just say was not all Republican was attacked because he said that the agenda should focus on education and academics.
Mm-hmm.
What else should a school system be focused on?
Right.
If they're not going to worry about making sure kids can read, do mathematics, and write, and hopefully critical thinking to actually be able to make decision-making skills, what are they there for?
Well, one thing they need to be there for, this is one of my pet peeves, not Miriam's necessarily, is all these illegals coming into our school costing us a terrible amount of money. It takes, elementary school holds about 600. Well, guess how many illegal immigrants we have occupying elementary schools? 600. So a whole school is filled up with illegals who can't speak English, who have to be provided with an interpreter.
Yes.
And that's money down the rat hole that your kid can't get to because it's wasted on them. I'm really adamant about scoop them up, take them to Charlotte, drop them off at the ICE headquarters, and let the kid take it up with daddy, because he doesn't need to be taking it up with my hip pocket.
Exactly. I mean, enforcement needs to occur. We saw 4 years of a literal invasion in this country, and people say, well, hey, in 1900 there were no elite people came here. Now, they did turn people away that had tuberculosis and chronic diseases. If you came to America, there was no welfare state. If you came here, you had to stand on your own 2 feet. When my husband's parents came to this country, they were basically fleeing Maoist China. They lived. His mother lived under communism and escaped it. And they had to have sponsors. They had to vouch for a job. They had to be able to show that they would not be a burden to the system. And today, throughout the past administration, this free stuff was basically used as a magnet to draw these people in. And the amount of human misery inflicted on these migrants, I mean, it's just to say that this is a compassionate thing, allowing this massive immigration, even for the people coming into this country, it is not compassionate. I mean, they pay massive amounts of money to criminals to get them here. They are assaulted. They're robbed. I'm not even going to go into what happens to women and children on that journey. I mean, there are masses of corpses scattered between here and Central America because of this.
Well, we can stop it here in our schools.
Yes.
At least in Moore County. Can't say it's going to be true for the rest of the country. But we can stop the illegal migration into our classroom if we got the guts to do it and stand up to them and say, Steve's money's not going to get spent that way.
Yes,
it's going to get spent on Bobby over here, who is an American.
This is a matter of supporting the law.
Right.
I mean, the law is what the law is. And
well, let's find out about these individual people so we know more.
You want to go down the list?
Well, the 4 that we feel like are suitable for the at-large seats, because they're the ones you definitely want on there, so we get our values covered.
Yeah.
And we need to know them, because other than just saying Oxendine, that doesn't tell me much.
Yeah, well, I'll just kind of give you a very brief no names oversight of the other 4 candidates and why they are not endorsed.
Okay.
One of them is an incumbent who is a registered Republican. We endorsed her in 2020. It's a 4-year term, so we endorsed her in 2022. And she fooled us then. She is not going to fool us again. She has voted with the Democrats and for the woke agenda and every kind of massive spending that you can imagine. She fooled us then. She's not fooling us now. The other 3 candidates on there are either Democrats or registered unaffiliated and vote Democrat. Between the 3 of them, they bring advocacy for transgenderism in small children. They believe they have one of them has a criminal record with a mugshot as recent as 2023 that has not been explained to us. And we just want to know why. Plus, he's made some very interesting statements on video recently that have alarmed people. And then the other individual on there, while reading his resume, would appear very competent. He has numerous conflicts of interest that would cause problems were he to be elected. And these other 4 candidates, we have vetted them very thoroughly, and I will go down the list. Don Zalaki.
Well, tell me something briefly about him.
Yes, Don Zalaki, Coach C. He is a math teacher and coach. He's got 44 years of experience in education. He brings the skills, team organizational skills that are important to sports. Plus, he's just a great personality too.
A very high energy individual.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But I mean, very intelligent and.
All right, Jim Peterson.
Jim Peterson has been just an avid volunteer here locally, and as the director of the local Veterans Services office, which he just recently retired from, I mean, he has helped thousands of veterans and has improved the quality of veteran care in this county immensely. He is also extremely interested in school issues. He says he is the self-appointed watchdog of the local school board, and God bless him, he actually watches these 3-hour streaming videos to see what's going on and keep up with the events.
And or attends them.
Yes.
And single-handedly, I would say, led the revolt against the graphic, pornographic, and inappropriate books in our school libraries.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, to me, people say, oh, you're a homophobe. No, these books are inappropriate. You would not allow Playboy in your school library, and it's not book banning. Any parent that wants their child to see these books can go out and buy them and share them in the privacy of their home. We just feel they and I have seen some of the illustrations and read some of the language in these, and I declare, I mean, you could not put that on a TV show. And Jim Peterson, when he was reading from these books, was told that he could not read it there in mixed company, that this was
in a
offensive.
public meeting. Yeah.
Yes, in a public meeting of adults, that it was inappropriate to read it there. So how is it appropriate for it to be given to an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old, for them to have access to that in our school library?
Well, you begin to wonder, how could anybody even think this way of exposing your children to it?
Olivia Oxendine is she is a PhD. She currently sits on the State Board of Education, and she has been the lone voice of reason and conservative values up there for a very long time now. She understands school administration and policy, curriculum from top to bottom. There basically is no corner of education she is not familiar and educated upon.
And David Norris.
And David Norris, who is an amazing tech guru, for one thing. But what he brings is just a persistence and a very quiet demeanor. And a willingness to learn that is just amazing. I mean, the amount of education he has done for himself in pursuing this school board position has just really impressed me. All 4 of these candidates have impressed me, and each one of them would be an asset to the school board were they to be elected in this November. And of course, we can only elect 2 of them this fall.
Right. You can only put 2 of them on the primary.
I know.
And then when you get to the general election, you put 1.
Yeah. No. You pick 2. You only get to vote for 2 each time, but 4 people will advance. The top 4 vote getters from this primary will advance to the November election. And I would just like to see that in November, that when we go to the polls and vote, that we can be assured that the people that are on our ballot do not have a woke agenda, and they will be doing what's in the best interest of the students and the parents, the community.
Speaking of voting, we would be remiss if we did not emphasize that early voting begins tomorrow, February 12th, and runs all the way through February 28th.
Yes.
Weekdays, you can vote at the 2 locations, the Agriculture Center in Carthage and the Recreation Center in Aberdeen, from 8 a.m. to 7.
When you say the Recreation Center, are we talking about the lake?
Yes.
Okay.
Aberdeen Lake
Yes.
Recreation Center.
Right, off of Highway 1. Daily, weekdays, 8 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., and there will be 2 Saturday voting opportunities on the 21st and the 28th of February from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then, of course, lest we forget, there is an election day on March 3rd, where there will be 13 hours of voting at multiple locations, depending on your precinct assignment.
And if you do not know where your precinct is, you can go to the NCSBE website, which you can access through the local Board of Elections website.
Now, what's the local website? Because that's where you can have profiles of all these candidates and keep up with the voting time.
Well, actually, the Moore County GOP Facebook page will have the profiles of all these candidates up. I believe it may already be up.
Okay.
But also, when you go out to the polls during early voting, there are going to be a lot of these candidates there.
What is the website?
It's a Facebook page.
Oh, Facebook.
Yeah, it's the Moore
Facebook
County.
/what?
Yeah, Moore County Republican
Party.
Yeah, Moore County Republican Party. And that Facebook page, I know we've got this information up there. That may be the easiest way to access it for you. But if you need to look up and find out where your polling place is, you can go, when you go to the vote, either the Moore County's, if you go to the Moore County BOE website, it refers you to the state website, and you do a voter lookup on yourself, and it will tell you where your precinct is located.
So just remember the Facebook page and
yes,
/ Moore County Republican Party. Is that what it is?
It's just Moore County Republican Party.
Okay, and that'll get you all the information you need.
Get out and vote. I mean, you can really make a difference here. This is how you save our future for your children and your grandchildren.
All right, Miriam Chu, co-chair of the Moore County Republican Party. Thank you for your time and for coming in and explaining this to us.
Thank you, Steve. It's a pleasure.
And we'll remind you again as time moves on where you can vote, when you can vote, and all that. All right, and so it goes for this Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a Thumping Thursday. Until then, enjoy your day. The LeaderMan, Nick, Colt, and Honey the dogs will all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened. Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man. Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst,
Breaking
Aberdeen.
news this hour from Town Hall. Amit Thomason. The focus of the search for Nancy Guthrie shifted overnight to Rio Rico, Arizona. It's about 1 hour south of Tucson. That's where investigators detained and questioned a man, and they searched his home before he was released. Follows the FBI's release of surveillance video showing an armed, masked man at Nancy Guthrie's front door the night she was abducted. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump saw the images.
His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And again, we're just praying for the safety of Nancy Guthrie.
Then a deadly mass shooting in remote Western Canada.
Authorities in British Columbia say 8 people, including the suspected shooter, were killed Tuesday at a school in the Canadian Rockies in Tumbler Ridge, and more than 25 were injured. And authorities believe that one of the 8, a woman who died of a self-inflicted injury, also shot 2 people dead in a home nearby. British Columbia Minister of Public Safety, Nina Krieger. This is a devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound. Tuesday's shootings were Canada's deadliest since 2020. I'm Donna Warder.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pays a visit to the White House today.
Days after the Trump administration resumed nuclear negotiations with Iran, Netanyahu will encourage the president to expand the scope of those high-stakes talks.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston. America's employers added a surprisingly strong 130,000 jobs last month. The January jobs report did come out late because of the government shutdown. Watching Wall Street ahead of the opening bell. Dow futures up 217 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 161. Townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. The FAA has closed the airspace around El Paso, Texas for 10 days, saying the temporary flight restrictions are for, quote, special security reasons. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve says
this impacts not only commercial flights, but cargo flights, business jets, general aviation. It may even impact the ability of law enforcement and medevac aircraft to fly.
North Carolina is set for another presidential visit on Friday. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at a briefing on Tuesday said,
carried out the successful Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela and helped bring narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro to justice.
Overnight, a person of interest in the disappearance of Savannah Guthrie's mother was detained and then released. Reaction from former FBI Assistant Director Stephen Jensen.
Based on the release of the images, a tip identified him as a person of interest. The urgency behind a case like this to recover the victim alive, identify the subject, would warrant a temporary detention.
A Columbia University student is suing North Carolina's Representative Virginia Foxx after the student said she abused her authority to pressure the university into expelling him. Cleanup on the Outer Banks has a long way to go. Last week, 4 houses collapsed in Buxton in just 2 days. Eric Lutz, who surfs the area in the ocean waters, tells WAVY.
I would never wish that on somebody, but I wouldn't be surprised if you'd see one of these front row houses go in on another good storm.
Local doctors are imploring people to check their measles vaccination status after Wake County's public health reported measles exposure in multiple shopping areas. Dr. David Wohl is professor of medicine at UNC Chapel Hill.
So if you're in a gym and someone was there dripping with measles and you're not immune, you are exposed, and I would be concerned.
Dr. Wohl talked to WNCN. You're listening to NCN News.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Has your driveway, parking lot, or road seen better days? Contact Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for all your paving project needs. Family owned with over 30 years of experience, they specialize in asphalt paving and overlays, crack sealing and repair, seal coating, striping, and pothole patching. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318 for your free estimate today. And all military and first responders receive 10% off. That's 910-673-1318.
This morning, we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services. Call 910-673-1318 for your free estimate.
Latinx.
That's it. That's the opening soundbite. It's Joe Biden saying Latinx. They're not just an ethnic group. They're also a bathroom tissue. I got to tell you, it's not really a good day for the Latinx in America. Seems like every time I turn on the news, it's another Latinx-connected crime story. It's always a crime story. It's never, hey, I just won the Olympics skiing, snowboarding, something like that. It's not that. It's a 16-year-old shot in a high school in Montgomery County, and stories like that. Hey, that body found 2 years ago. We've arrested, Rafael Villalobos. I just made that name up, but it's pretty close. Well, a very happy Wednesday to you, a very happy hump day to you, and welcome back once again. We have our cup runneth over once again because so much madness going on in the world, and And we've got some of it for you. We couldn't possibly gather up all of it because there are too many Democrats on the loose, out of their cages, We've got a lot of nutty stuff going on. Do you follow the news in Canada at all? You familiar with Canada? It's America's largest national park, Canada, and it's America's hat. If you ever looked at the map of the world, you see that America has a big hat, and its name is Canada. That's what we call it. It's a big hat, and I've got a big story out of Canada, and it's not a happy story, but there's an element to it that I look forward to sharing with you. Also, if you follow the news at all, unlike Carlos, see, there's another guy, Carlos in Arizona, who was interviewed by a number of media organizations after being interviewed by the FBI yesterday because apparently his mother-in-law thinks that he looks a lot like the guy in the video with the ski mask on and covering up the doorbell camera at Nancy Guthrie's house on the night that she disappeared. And Carlos, he was talked to by the police. I've got Carlos for you because he did speak to a number of news organizations. And they, CNN, it must be a big story because CNN sent Jake Tapper down there. Do you think Monica Lewinsky went with him? Because, he's only famous because he went on a date with Monica Lewinsky many years ago. Jake Tapper did, and that launched his political career. His journalism career, because he'd already had a political career working for a Democrat member of Congress on Capitol Hill. And this Democrat member of Congress on Capitol Hill whose son married Chelsea Clinton because apparently someone had to. And that's just wacky. But and also her husband went to prison for being a corrupt Democrat member of the House of Representatives too. But in any event, they sent Jake Tapper down there to go talk to people. And he ran into a reporter and he says, "Hey, you cover nothing but immigration." Oh, really? Is that really? I'm a news guy in Texas and all I do is cover, you mean illegal immigration, illegal alien gang members and all that stuff. But I got a little bit of Jake Tapper for you because, but there were a lot of developments, if you can call them that, yesterday afternoon and last night, late into the night, out of Arizona, with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, and it is a person detained for questioning in connection with Nancy Guthrie's abduction. And with the new video that we got yesterday, it does look more like an abduction by perhaps a random stranger with a Spanish language accent, and his name is Carlos, and I've got that coming up. Delivery driver detained in Nancy Guthrie abduction investigation released after several hours. That's an early release, a quick release. They got that release thing going on. It's much less stressful that way. Man detained in Nancy Guthrie disappearance speaks out moments after he's released. "I am innocent." See, I'm just doing a little effect there for your enjoyment and information. "I am innocent. I'm innocent," he said. Police search Arizona home of person detained in connection to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. And I would say in connection with, not in connection to, but that's just a grammatical thing. Woman reveals police raided her home, believing Nancy Guthrie was inside after arresting her son-in-law. And was it the mother-in-law that blew the whistle on him? And is he really innocent, or is he? Because he kind of looks like the guy. Am I right? In the video, he got the kind of tweezed, ladylike eyebrows and funny-looking mustache and all that. He looks a lot like the guy. You can see why someone might think it was the guy. But we'll get to that because there are updates and there are things happening. It's all a buzz. And we're still in the FBI was very much around the home of Annie Guthrie, the daughter that lives 4 miles from Mom's house. And let's not count that out just yet because we got that. Also, we have a header today on President Donald John Trump and crime. And there are a couple of, there were some funny headlines. Violent crime falls across major U.S. cities. Now, that's a good headline that crime falls because that's good. And one of the headlines says, despite Trump claiming that crime has dropped, crime has actually dropped. And here's the headline from the left-wingers at Axios. crime plunges in major cities despite Trump's crackdown rhetoric. Now, wait a minute. I don't think they know the meaning of the word despite. This is the people at Axios. Pretty amazing story. I've got to say, wait a minute, crime plunges in major cities. That's good news, right? Despite, that means in spite of Trump's crackdown rhetoric. So President Trump cracking down on crime, on illegal alien crime, of which there is a great deal, because illegal aliens start by breaking our immigration laws and violating our sovereignty, and then the Democrats give them a gift basket and they hand over their daughters to the illegal alien gang members because they think that way they'll learn things real quick. But I just love this Axios headline, crime plunges in major cities despite Trump's crackdown rhetoric. What does rhetoric have to do with? But it's despite, it's just, that's Trump derangement syndrome in a headline right there. And that's a kind of a gift to the, it's, what's the old saying that your grandparents used to say? It's impossible to hate the media enough, I think, is the old saying that your grandparents probably said. Isn't that amazing? Oh, and also, yeah, speaking of the Carlos and the having Spanish accents and all that good stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. I was listening to the news on WMAL radio, driving in my automobile yesterday. I believe that I was heading down to Newsmax for my second job of the day. And I was listening to the news on the radio on WMAL. And I heard two stories in one news break. And I said, oh, isn't that interesting? That's kind of, maybe I should mention that to Michael Piercy. And so I did. I texted him at the next stoplight. Man arrested nearly 2 years after body found floating in Maryland Creek. There are a lot of creeks in Maryland, but not usually a lot of bodies floating in them, especially out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. A 22-year-old man faces charges, which is appropriate, nearly 2 years after a body was found in a Germantown, Maryland creek. Franklin Villalobos Gomez was arrested Tuesday by Montgomery County Police, and that's a good thing. The arrest comes after the body of Jose Israel Santano. So wait a minute, Jose Israel Santano. Oh, wait, I'm not done. It's Jose Israel Santano Velasquez, because they got a lot. My name has 2 syllables. I'm Chris Plant. You know, Jose has 2 syllables. Then you get Jose Israel, 3 more. Santano, 3 more. Velasquez, 3 more. That's a lot of syllables. Jose Israel Santano Velasquez was found in a creek, floating apparently, in the area of Black Rock Road. Black Rock, that's not the investment firm. And Seneca Creek Trail, July of 2023. The 45-year-old had suffered multiple injuries, and his death was ruled a homicide. Detectives determined Villalobos Gomez was a suspect and obtained an arrest warrant on Sunday. The street gang unit made the arrests. See, well, wait a minute. We got a street gang unit in Montgomery County, Maryland, because they found the dead body of Jose Israel Santano Velasquez floating in the river, and now they've arrested Mr. Villalobos Gomez. And that's because Maryland, you know, is a border state. It's not a border county. It's not a border state. It's nothing of the kind. Also, so I was listening to that news break, and then they said, oh, yeah, the parents and school leaders meet after student injured in shooting at Wooten High School. This is back to Montgomery County, Maryland now, back to Rockville, Maryland. There is now a second victim in yesterday's Wooten High School shooting. Police said on Tuesday that the suspect had the gun outside the school sometime before shooting a fellow student. Well, naturally, you'd have the gun before you shoot the fellow student, but parents and school leaders met on Tuesday to discuss the shocking incident. And then they explained at 2:15 p.m. on Monday, several law enforcement agents responded to Wooten High School for a reported shooting. When they arrived, they found a 16-year-old boy lying in a hallway with a gunshot wound. Sure, because that's perfectly normal. And then a short time later, police nabbed a gunman who was also 16 years old, Khalil White Viatoro, and he was taken into custody. Sí, bueno, muy bueno. So we got, here we had Montgomery County, which until a minute ago was one of the whitest counties in the United States of America, one of the wealthiest counties in the United States of America, some of the best schools in the United States of America. Now it's known for gunshot wounds in high school hallways and illegal aliens because they're a sanctuary county, aren't they? And Maryland is a sanctuary state, and they love illegal alien gang members, so they wave them in, and then as a result, you have more shootings, and you have more... again, it's not racist to notice that this is the reality of the world that we're living in. So Khalil, why is he named Khalil? Khalil Viatoro, so like jihadi, it's the Red-Green Alliance again, per heck. They acted without hesitation, first arriving officers from all three police agencies, without due regard to their own safety, entered the school. That's good. And they used their training based on their active shooter protocol. They did not wait in the parking lot. They're making fun of certain people in Texas, I think. They did not wait for backup, said Police Chief Jason West and the Rockville City Police Department. And that's good. And they went right in, and they got this guy, the polymer, it's kind of a ghost gun, 80 point, it's a 9mm. Handgun, and it's a ghost gun. It's a ghost gun, meaning it did not have traceable serial number. Well, wait a minute. You're telling me that the gunman here went into a high school and shot a 16-year-old, and he's a 16-year-old himself, that the gun was also illegal? The Democrats might become angry about that, but maybe not. But Khalil Viatoro has been taken into custody, and that's and this is what the Democrats are making the country better. And if you point it out, you're a racist. If you notice it, you're a racist. But the Democrats, they wave all the gang members in and the illegal aliens by the millions and millions. And then when you say, hey, a lot of these illegal aliens are shooting people and killing people and raping and robbing and doing all this stuff, and a lot of gang members, and the Democrats scream, you're a racist, and then they run in front of speeding police cars, and when they get hit, they blame the police. The Democrat Party is not well. Not well at all. Oh yeah, by the way, the guy at this that shot the 16-year-old was also waving the gun around at a high school girl earlier the same day, but they didn't arrest him for that. They said, let's wait and see if he actually shoots anybody, which is the Democrat rule. Well, he hasn't committed any violent crimes. We were talking about it yesterday. The Democrats say, and it was CBS News night before last, only, 14%, 17% of the illegals being arrested and deported have already been convicted of violent crimes. But they don't count drug trafficking and child porn, and those aren't violent crimes, according to the Democrats. So they let everybody go, and hey, what's the worst that could happen? What could go wrong? So we've got that. Also, the Democrat Party on Capitol Hill today, they had the ICE chief, and they demonstrated their level of mental illness. They're truly demented. Democrats in Congress, very unwell. And the FBI has substantiated what they're calling irregularities in the Georgia 2020 presidential election vote counts. Now they're looking into whether they're intentional. Yeah, they might have been accidental. Also, do you know people that smoke pot? Because the New York Times has a story on this. And do you know people that drink alcohol? Do you know people that smoke pot? Let me tell you which is more likely coming up.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
President Trump said, I like Newsmax. You like it too. It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Attention investors, this affects you. Silver prices are exploding, with silver exceeding $100 a troy ounce for the first time. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call now. Here's why it matters. Silver is a high liquidity, tangible, and affordable precious metal investment that serves as an industrial commodity and a store of value. It often outperforms gold during economic upturns. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can act now. Roll over a portion into a tax-advantaged gold and silver IRA backed by physical metals you actually own. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
All right, those very silly Democrats, we got a lot. And whether you hear this New York Times story about people smoking pot in the United States, it may be, you may respond in a half dozen different ways I can think of off the top of my head. Let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Greg calling from Rockville, Maryland. We were just talking about Rockville, Maryland, weren't we? Gregory, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, man. How are you?
Thanks for taking my call.
You betcha.
Hey, just good. I just wanted to call in and say appreciate you bringing up that local story. We've had 2 shootings, unfortunately, in recent years, including this one in high schools in Montgomery County. That was just never the case. I've grown up in the county. We had a school resource officer, a police officer program that was very successful, strong prevention measure. School police officer was assigned to basically every school. And after George Floyd and the kind of national hubbub, the Democrats in Montgomery County on the Montgomery County Council and our county executive decided to squash that out of, so-called equity and social justice. There was the shooting at Magruder High School, which was a couple of years ago, where nobody responded. There was no officer that responded for many minutes, and there used to be, like I said, an SRO assigned to the school. After that hubbub, they kind of went partially back to the SRO model, but it just shows like these Democrats don't understand like prevention measures. They don't understand like basic controls and like why like security matters. Obviously security matters at the Super Bowl, so why wouldn't it matter at a school, where we have children, our young people trying to, just learn, get away from these kind of savages and these individuals who, for whatever reason have to lash out in violence. But even these people who have this violent proclivity, they know when there's a school resource officer that they're going to think twice about doing it, at least on the school campus.
Right.
So I just wanted to give you that background and appreciate everything you're talking about. Carry on. Thanks so much.
A nice use of the English language, and I particularly enjoyed the use of the word hubbub. Hubbub was good. And you're right about that, because we looked it up this morning, too. They replaced the school resource officers with what they call community engagement officers. And then they naturally abbreviate it as CEOs. And then they have no respect for that, because the Democrats shoot CEOs on the sidewalks of New York and they murder them. And then the murderers become heroes because the Democrat Party is a death cult, because they're not liberals, they're the left. Great stuff, Greg. Thanks for the call.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Hello, I'm Jim Peterson, Marine veteran and candidate for Moore County School Board. Our schools should focus on education, not politics. That means no inappropriate materials, no boys and girls sports, and real school safety, because right now 13 schools are unprotected every day. I'm not a career educator. I bring real management, leadership, and finance experience to eliminate wasteful spending and restore trust and confidence. On Election Day, vote Jim Peterson. Paid for by the committee to elect Jim Peterson for school board.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
For more than a century, Scouting in Pinehurst has played a vital role in shaping the lives of young people here in Moore County. Join Scout Troop 7 and Pack 7 in celebrating 100 years of scouting in Pinehurst on Sunday, February 15th at the Fair Barn from 12 to 3 p.m. This event will feature interactive displays highlighting Scouting's 100-year history in the area and a chance for guests to race Pinewood Derby cars on an electronic track and enjoy barbecue from White Rabbit Catering, available for advance purchase at $15. For more information, go to pinehursttroop7.org.
If you have a computer with 5 to 7 years of age on it, it's probably in need of a tune-up. Over the years, your computer picks up files and toolbars that you don't need, eventually it reduces your computer performance a great deal. Just bring your PC or Mac to WEEB Computer Repair here at the WEEB Studios on Midland Road. No problem is too big or too small for our Super Geek, and our prices are much lower than the box stores. WEEB Computer Repair, 690-9723, the home of the Super Geek.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiconline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Are you nearing retirement and wondering how to make your money work for you instead of worrying it won't? Mark Henry at Alloy Wealth Management focuses on you, your goals, and your values. From insurance planning and retirement income strategies to estate conversation and risk management, his team works with you to build a comprehensive strategy that fits your life. Learn more by listening to Living Large Radio with Mark Henry, Saturdays and Sundays at 2 here on Talk Radio 990 AM and 97.3 and 104.1 FM WEEB.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid-to upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid-30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
That ain't working. That's the way to do it. Yes, sir. Sort of how I feel about doing radio. Radio for me is not work, and it's hanging out with friends and talking about stuff, as you might do under any circumstance. A pleasure it is every day. Fun, I tell you. Crazy. Those wacky Democrats. Yes, speaking, this is Olney. This is in Maryland, too. That's not Montgomery County, though. Is Olney in Montgomery County? You think Olney is in Montgomery? Montgomery County's all... Olney's in Montgomery County? Okay, I don't know anything about suburbs. I get afraid when I leave the district, which I know is ridiculous, but nevertheless, and notwithstanding, in another story out of Olney, there's a synagogue there on Georgia Avenue. And it's, I think, Sharei Tefillah as the name of the synagogue. And it was vandalized by Democrats. Police say be on the lookout for Democrats because they're all Nazis, like anti-Semites, fascists, goose-stepping, armband wearing, Jew-hating, you know. And here is the spray paint, the blue spray paint on the stone plaque at the entrance to the synagogue on Georgia Avenue in Montgomery County. And what do they spray paint? They see the Democrats. They hate everybody, and they're violently, criminally insane, mentally disturbed. We got one out of Canada too. They have kind of their version of Democrats in Canada too. But I've got that coming up. So they spray painted vandalism on the entrance to the synagogue. AZAB with a swastika. Then they spray painted a swastika. AZAB. Now, you have to decode this because the Democrat mental illness is sometimes in code, and you may be aware of the Democrats hating cops because they love crime, and most of them are criminals. So they look forward to prison, I think, the average Democrat. And Democrat mothers raise their sons, well, get prepared for prison, honey, because that's where you're heading. But the ACAB is commonly found graffiti around Washington, D.C., and actually all over the country, because the Democrats, they spray paint ACAB. And in case you don't crack the code, Jasmine, do you know ACAB? Yeah, okay. All cops are bastards, right? All cops are bastards, ACAB. So when we saw the graffiti today, AZAB with a spray-painted swastika, obviously now you know the code, and it is all Zionists are bastards, see? Because the Jews from the river to the sea, Hamas will be free, and they need to kill all the Jews, just like the fascists that they are. You know, the fascists of yesteryear, they're carrying on the traditions of, a lie told once remains a lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. And the Zionists, all Zionists are bastards, and they must be destroyed. So Montgomery County Police are looking into an act of vandalism at Sharei Tefillah Synagogue in Olney, which is in Montgomery County, Maryland. Police tell 7 News that officers responded Tuesday morning, February 10th, around 8 a.m. after reports of anti-Semitic graffiti at the 16600 block of Georgia Avenue. I think addresses should be a maximum of 4 numbers, don't you think? I think 5-number addresses, that's too many. That means your road is too long. You should change it. But there it is. Multiple signs they spray painted, you see, on multiple signs at the front of the synagogue. Photos obtained by 7 News. They didn't go there themselves. They had somebody else send them photos. Show the letters AZAB and a swastika among the vandalism with spray paint. Police are canvassing the neighborhood and reviewing surveillance footage. It's like the kidnapping in Arizona, to identify those responsible. Police say they're looking for Democrats, and they've also increased patrols in the area. I just added the looking for Democrats part. Montgomery County Police take incidents like this very seriously, and the 4th District is increasing patrols in the area to ensure safety and security of the community, the agency said. Maryland lawmakers also took to social media to react to the incident. Senator Chris Van Hollen said, "They're right. All Zionists are bastards." And he didn't really say that. He just went with a wife-beating MS-13 gang member to hang out and have margaritas, because Chris Van Hollen is the guy that flew to Central America to hang out with gang members. So here they are, Democrats terrorizing the Jews again, while they call everybody fascists and they call everybody Nazis. And the big banner in front of the synagogue, they spray painted with the blue spray paint can, AZAB, all Zionists are bastards. And then they spray painted with black spray paint, genocide. And apparently they're calling for genocide of the Jews, because this is what liberalism has become. And of course, the National German Socialist Workers' Party, the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, that was the Nazi party, and they called themselves the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. And the Democrat Party, they've got the Democratic Socialist Party and the Farmers Socialist, all these socialist parties, because they are the socialists. And let's not forget the lessons learned in the 20th century, even though the Democrat Party has. So we've got that, and that's what Democrats do. They terrorize the Jews, and they call everybody Nazis and fascists, and then they go spray paint a synagogue and firebomb a Jewish governor's house and firebomb a pro-Israel march, and they chant from the river to the sea at George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and project from the river to the sea on the side of the library building at George Washington University in light, and they terrorize the Jewish students at universities in New York City. And, they're Democrats. They're the left. And I know we say the Nazis are the right, but They do everything that the left does in the United States today, and they call themselves the Socialist Workers' Party. Just saying. And by the way, the USSR, also the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, they also terrorized and murdered Jews by the millions and enslaved and all that stuff. But the Democrat Party, no problem there. That's good. So here, as I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, the story in the New York Times, which we discovered yesterday just as we were wrapping up the big radio broadcast. The New York Times warns America, right? See, the New York Times warns America, it has a weed problem. And this is the left-wing gang at Mediaite. Very, very left-wing. I think on weekends they might terrorize the Jews. Even their Jews terrorize the Jews. Have you noticed that? It's pretty crazy. Democrat Party. But we've got this, and people at Mediaite, they picked up because they probably don't pay for the subscription to the New York Times. I don't either, but we have our ways. So the headline at Mediaite, left-wing Mediaite, quote, time to acknowledge reality, end quote, colon. They definitely love their colons there. The New York Times warns America has a, quote, marijuana problem, end quote. Now, the New York Times argued that it was time to acknowledge reality and admit that the United States has a marijuana problem in a new editorial, admitting, they like the word admitting, that the legalization of weed in most states has had a wide variety of adverse consequences. Now, let me go, because we do have the New York Times story here. Let me go to it, and their headline, it's in their opinion section. It's time for America to admit that it has a marijuana problem. 13 years ago, they write, no state allowed marijuana for recreational purposes. Today, most Americans live in a state that allows them to buy and smoke a joint. See, there you go. President Trump continued the trend toward legalization in December by loosening federal restrictions, which the Democrats said demanded that Barack Obama do for 8 years and he didn't do, demanded that Joe Biden do for 4 years and he didn't do, because they were too stoned. They kept forgetting. The editorial board, they say, this editorial board has long supported marijuana legalization. In 2014, we published a 6-part series, very significant, they probably won an award, that compared the federal marijuana ban to alcohol prohibition and argued for repeal. Much of what we wrote then holds up, but not all of it does, the New York Times reports. At the time, supporters of legalization predicted that it would bring few downsides. In our editorial, we described marijuana addiction and dependence as, quote, relatively minor problems, and they continued from there. Many advocates went further and claimed that marijuana was a harmless drug that might even bring net health benefits. They also said that legalization might not lead to greater use. This is the New York Times now. And this is where the meat, here's where the meat is. It's now clear, the New York Times reports, it is now clear that many of these predictions were wrong. Wait a minute, the New York Times was wrong in everything they said about everything ever? I think so. Legalization has led to much more use. Surveys suggest that about 18 million people in the United States have used marijuana almost daily, or about 5 times a week in recent years. Now listen to this, 18 million daily use. That was up from around 6 million in 2012 and less than 1 million in 1992. Now 18 million a day. And everything the Democrats say is a lie. And they're wrong. Even the things they're not lying about, they're wrong about. Even when they don't know that what they're saying is not true, what they're saying is just wrong. It's Ronald Reagan said many years ago so correctly. It's not that Democrats don't know anything. It's just that so much of what they know is wrong. And Ronald Reagan was dead right again on that one. So we went from 1 million people, less than 1 million people, using pot daily in 1992 to around 6 million in 2012. And now in 2026, 2025, really, 18 million. But listen to this. This is the one that got my attention yesterday. And Michael Piercy pointed it out, and I said, no. And I went and looked at it. So listen to this. We went from 1 million daily pot users 1992 to 18 million daily pot users today. Legalization had no effect at all, right? Listen to this. More Americans now use marijuana daily than alcohol. What? That's what I said yesterday. Something just like that. What? You got to be kidding me. Now more, I think, everybody has one drink a day or almost. And now more Americans, 18 million, use marijuana every day than alcohol every day. Isn't that fascinating? Yes, sir. This wider use, the New York Times says, has caused a rise in addiction and other problems. Each year, nearly 2.8 million people in the United States suffer, listen to this, cannabinoid, I like this, cannabinoid hyperemesis. Is that a hyperemesis? I think it's hyperemesis. Why not? It's hyperemesis because cannabinoid hyperemesis, it's a syndrome that you can get. And now 2.8 million people a year in the United States suffer from cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, which causes severe vomiting and stomach pain. Maybe they're smoking the wrong thing. More people have also ended up in hospitals with marijuana-leaked paranoia and chronic psychotic disorders. Well, that's just membership in the Democrat Party. That might have nothing to do with pot, really, because, the chronic psychosis disorders, we see that all day, every day in the streets of Washington. Bystanders have also been hurt, including by people driving under the influence of pot. America should not go back to prohibition to fix these problems. This is fully schizophrenic by the New York Times. Well, you just said it's so terrible. It's led to all these awful things, but we shouldn't change a thing. But let's not change a thing. The war on marijuana brought its own costs. Every year, authorities arrested hundreds of thousands of Americans for marijuana possession. The people who suffered the legal and financial consequences were, here's the New York Times, were disproportionately black, Latino, and poor. I'm really tired of black and Latino people being poor. I think black and Latino people should make more money, so the New York Times can't say that anymore. Just work harder, work more, be less poor. Then the New York Times can't say that about you. And they're disproportionately, the people suffered because they're arresting people, disproportionately black and Latino. That might be because people that smoke pot are disproportionately black and Latino. What do you think? And maybe Whitey, stays at home to smoke pot or something. I remember Sarah Palin, when she was running with John McCain all those many, many years ago, saying, I don't care if somebody sits at home and smokes a joint at night, and that she was supposed to be this terrible right-wing, awful, the Democrat Party said, awful person. And in Alaska, of course, they're known for marijuana and growing marijuana and smoking marijuana and all that stuff. But in any case, the New York Times says, it's really terrible. It's led to all kinds of terrible consequences, and we shouldn't change a thing. But then they complain that it's racist because people arrested are disproportionately black, Latino, and poor. Aren't poor people disproportionately black and Latino? So wouldn't that, statistically marry up with, of course it would. And then you're smoking pot and you get arrested because you're smoking pot. Smoke pot discreetly, It's like normal people. Pretty crazy stuff. We were talking about this at Newsmax yesterday too, and I gotta say, personally, I know a great many people that smoke pot. Truth be told, a great many people, and we were talking about it yesterday at Newsmax, and a lot of people are like, "What?" It's like, "Well, yeah, you don't know a lot of people that smoke pot. Maybe you do, and you're just not aware of it. I don't know." We're at 888-630-9625. It's also Mailbag Day here on the Chris Plant Show on the radio across the nation.
I smell some weed. Someone is smoking. Someone is smoking.
You're listening to the Chris Plant Show.
President Trump said, I like Newsmax. You like it too. It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Since 1973, the Arts Council of Moore County has inspired the community through the arts. For a limited time, join now and get 50% off the individual annual membership price of $45. Your membership supports local exhibits, concerts, classes, and arts programs for all ages. Plus, you'll enjoy free gallery receptions, early ticket access, and exclusive discounts like 10% off at the Country Bookstore and 15% off framing at Eye Candy Gallery. Support the Arts Council. Together, we keep the arts at the heart of Moore County. Join today by calling 910-692-2787 or email ray@mooreart.org.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in Rhinestones and Grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org. So tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater. Because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly.
Ah, yes. The Democrat Party, they're making everything better. Illegal alien gang members everywhere. Shooting up schools. I've got to update you on, because there's crazy stuff going on in Texas today, too. And I have a big update for you. Out of El Paso, Texas, where the El Paso airport and the airspace around El Paso, Texas, very, very close to the Mexican border, shut down for 10 days. Shut down. Did you see this story? Shut down for 10 days. All air traffic in and out of the El Paso, Texas airport, and the airspace shut down. And hang on a second, because we learned that this morning, and I was like, well, this hasn't happened since September 11th, 2001, shutting down airspace for 10 days. And they said it's a security threat, Now, I have an update for you. The Trump administration reveals Mexican cartel drones sparked the El Paso airspace shutdown. And what happened then? Well, there's an update because Trump administration official revealed that the temporary closure of airspace over El Paso, Texas, late Tuesday, was due to the presence of Mexican cartel drones that have since been, quote, disabled, end quote, by the military. The official told NBC fake news journalist Garrett Hack, I think it's Hackey, H-A-A-K-E, but I like Hack. I'm going to call him Hack, that the cause of disruption on Wednesday morning after the drones reportedly breached the airspace. So wait a minute, Mexican cartel drones that they're operating, crossing the border into the United States and American airspace, caused us to shut down an American airport and announced that it would be shut down for 10 days. It is a world at war, and the U.S. military was called in to, quote-unquote,
broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. The Federal Aviation Administration has reopened the airspace around El Paso International Airport in Texas. This morning's about-face came just hours after the FAA announced a 10-day closure. It would have grounded all flights to and from the busy airport. Special security reasons were cited for the closure, which has now been revoked. Investigators in Arizona detained and then hours later released an individual for questioning in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The man's home was also searched. This development came hours after the FBI released surveillance images from Nancy Guthrie's front porch.
Images of a person in a mask with a handgun holster were caught on camera outside Nancy Guthrie's front door the night she went missing. The FBI releasing video and still shots Tuesday, seemingly the first major break in the case. Video shows the person wearing a long-sleeve jacket, backpack, gloves, and a ski mask. All you see are eyes and the slightest bit of mouth.
Correspondent Julie Walker. At least 8 people, including the gunman, are dead. A shooting in a small school in British Columbia. The BBC's Peter Bowe says it happened in a town more than 600 miles north of Vancouver.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said it received a report of an active shooter at a school in the small town of Tumbler Ridge, which lies in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, shortly after lunchtime. During a search of the school, 6 people were found dead, while a 7th died on the way to hospital. The authorities say another person, believed to be the attacker, was also discovered dead inside the building.
America's employers added a surprisingly strong 130,000 jobs last month. And in the wake of that employment report, stocks are higher on Wall Street. The Dow is up 124 points. The Nasdaq better by 37. More on these stories, townhall.com.
NCI News, I'm Mike Riley. Breaking news, the Federal Aviation Administration has lifted the closure on the airspace in El Paso, Texas, and all flights are to resume as normal after the FAA had grounded all flights to and from El Paso on Tuesday night. North Carolina is set for another presidential visit on Friday. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I know the President and First Lady are both greatly looking forward to this visit.
In-person early voting for North Carolina's 2026 primary elections begins tomorrow. Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper tells WBTV.
Most elections we can say, hey, the Democrat or the Republican is going to win before we even start. So the primary then is really where the action is. That's really where the choice is involved, and that's where really your vote means the most.
At least 7 people, including the shooter, are dead after a mass shooting in British Columbia, Canada. CBS News correspondent MTS Tayeb.
Police know the identity of the shooter, described as female, but have not revealed their name. Officers also did not name any of the victims and would not say how many children were among the dead.
The Pima County, Arizona Sheriff's Department says deputies have detained a person of interest in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, but they were later released. Waving an assault rifle above his head in a social media video, Republican Florida gubernatorial candidate James Fishback vowed to use a weapon against anyone who threatens him or his staff.
We're not waiting for the police. We're going to shoot you with an AR-15, sight on scene, 5.56. Yeah! That's what we're going to do.
Fishback made the video on the front porch of his home when he claims it was targeted by an arsonist last weekend. The Labor Department says employers added 130,000 jobs in January. Joseph Quinton of Bank of America says the January numbers are strong.
Good job growth, a lot of demand, so this is a very good story for the underlying economy heading deeper into 2026.
You're listening to NCN News.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Practicing the championship way can happen 100% of every day, on the track and when traveling highways. A law of sportsmanship includes taking the high road when going away and returning home. Buckle up your seatbelt in the front and back seats. Every seat, every time. Every time you click it, it counts as a winning ticket. Demonstrate your championship drive through your safety practice and stay on the winning track. This message was brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
I'm Mark Dutton, a Moore County native and state law enforcement major. I'm running for North Carolina House District 78 to keep decisions local, protect ETJs, and stop unchecked growth and urban sprawl so cities can plan responsibly and prevent incompatible development. I'll back law enforcement and first responders, crack down on drug dealers, and keep dangerous substances away from our children. I've spent my life protecting North Carolina, and I'm ready to serve you in Raleigh.
Your vote, your voice, your future. Mark Dutton for North Carolina House District 78. Paid for by committee to elect Mark for NC House.
This morning, we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid-to-upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid-30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
I'm popular and I've done well. I mean, I think we have the greatest economy actually ever in history. We have to get the word out, okay? If we can get the word out, we should win.
Yes, President Trump, it is more difficult for a Republican president, of course, since you don't have the vast media apparatus, the propaganda apparatus already in place as any Democrat like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have. It's good to be a Democrat, not because, you know, you've learned to live with monkeypox and you're comfortable taking all those antibiotics now, and because so many people in your family have either shot other people or been shot, but never mind that. And I have in front of me, I have in my hands, mailbag day questions, and I was going through the mailbag questions, and I like them, and we have some prepared audio for the mailbag section today as well. But right now, we've got a lot going on because all the crazy Democrats. Now, more people in America smoke pot every day, the New York Times says, than drink alcohol every day. And they say, hey, isn't that great? And they encourage their daughters to date illegal alien gang members from beep-hole countries all over the world. We've got that, and I got to say, let's go back to the telephones, Michael. So much to talk about in a couple of major topics. But first, because we were just talking about the New York Times story and the study that the New York Times putting out about more people smoking pot every day in the United States than drink alcohol every day in the United States. 18 million people smoking pot every day in the United States. And the New York Times says, and that's greater than the number of people that drink alcohol every day, which is a little hard to imagine, but nevertheless. And the New York Times says that in 1992, there were fewer than 1 million people smoking pot every day in the United States. By 2012, about 6 million people a day smoking 6 million people smoking pot every day. And now 18 million people smoking pot every day in the United States because the Democrats are fixing a problem. They've made it all better. See, the Democrats, they got, where are they, in San Francisco, handing out needles, handing out for injecting drugs. And we talked about it last night on the Right Squad on the Newsmax television show. And the liberal there at the table is like, hey, that's real good because sharing needles gives you AIDS. So we should give everybody needles and crack pipes. Remember, Joe Biden was handing out crack pipes, too. Democrats are making everything better. And they have, in New York City and in San Francisco and elsewhere, Democrats, they set up drug use centers where you can go and they will give you heroin and syringes. And then they'll say, oh, this is so good. This is much better. And they're wrong about everything, as usual. All right, let's go because I see a nice person called in. Let's go, and there are a couple of different topics I want to get to from our listeners today calling in. Let's go to Anonymous, calling from the great state of Maryland, who wants to respond to the New York Times story that I was just sharing with you. Anonymous, you are on the Chris Plant Show.
Hi, Chris. This is Anonymous. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet. Welcome.
I really appreciate that you bring up this topic. I have been a pediatric nurse for 22 years, and I've worked mostly, in the emergency room, and now I work in Washington, D.C. at Children's Hospital, which is why I'm keeping myself anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
But I am so grateful that you're bringing attention to this topic because it is overwhelming how many children are coming in with cannabinoid hyperemesis, which I'd never even heard of. And just like you said, the vomiting, and it lasts for days, and they're also having psychotic issues secondary to smoking marijuana. Most of them are daily users. And the third thing that I've seen a lot is strokes. Teenagers going to parties and being handed what they think is a joint, and it's some homemade concoction and then they have a stroke, and they are in hospital for weeks, and then they have to go to rehab. Some of them have lifelong chronic conditions, and I think I'm just so grateful. I heard it, and I said, I've got to call because it's so frustrating as a nurse to be taking care of these children who I don't even know how they get it. And so that's all I can say as far as I know with I work with children, and as far as adults, my experience is riding elevators and then walking into my patients' rooms, and the rooms reek of marijuana, and so it takes a toll. You get a headache, and it's not a great working condition. There's a dispensary a quarter of a mile from the house where I live, and when I go out to work in the morning at 5:30 a.m., most mornings the first thing I smell is marijuana, and so I'm so grateful. And I think I can speak on behalf of the nurses that I work with and the medical staff that we just really need to look at what, we went to go solve a problem, and the way we solved a problem is we created a whole new problem. We thought we were solving a problem by having compassion, and instead we've release this monster that is really causing lifelong damage, not only to our children, but to families and our society as a whole. Thank you.
Wow, you said all that very, very well. I have a dispensary even closer to where I live than you describe, and I smell pot every day in Washington D.C. in my neighborhood and beyond, and in my building. We live in a building in Washington D.C. and we smell pot, and there. I mean, I got to tell you, I think the guy moved out of the building recently, but had a neighbor who had to be in his early 80s, and he moved out with his wife fairly recently, within the last year, I think, and he would walk around smoking a joint, 80-something-year-old guy. And a nice guy, real fun guy. And see him down in his car on the street, on the side street, smoking a joint. And I walk by and say, "Hey," and he'd say, "Hey, want a hit?" And I said, "No, I'm okay, thanks. I'm going to work again. I'm on my way to work." But it is very common, and you're describing kids, and it's called Children's Hospital of all things, and certainly I know Children's Hospital and where it is, and all that, and I've been there as a news guy. I've been there. And you're saying people walk in like to visit. Their kids are in the hospital and they walk in getting stoned or they're vaping. They have vape pens and they're just walking through the hospital smoking dope, or they're getting high in their car before they walk in or whatever. And the people walking around.
Yeah, it's in the parking lot. Yeah, you can smell it in the parking lot, and it's disturbing. Sometimes I smell it in the the garage where we have to park in order to get a shuttle. And you're wondering, hey, I think that there is a large mental health crisis. We all know this. Surgeon General, we all know this. I won't go into that. But when people are allowed to say, hey, at least let me just have this joint to, take the edge off. I have a terrible family situation, or I'm unemployed, or, things are rough at home. My parents are divorced, or it's a single-family home. Whatever, the thing that we turn to, whether it's marijuana or you also mentioned alcohol, which is a totally different topic, but related, the very thing that we seek to alleviate our symptoms becomes the problem itself. And people are so uncomfortable with saying no to their children and no. And we have lost this sort of respect for difficulty and suffering in life. I mean, suffering is part of life, and we can't just take the edge off of everything because it leads to other problems.
Yeah, and it's funny. I was having a conversation with someone a couple of weeks ago, young adult, and saying, oh, bad day, I need a drink. And honestly, my generation, Anonymous, was kind of raised with this idea, and it's in the old movies and the old TV shows. Oh, it's been a rough day, I need a drink, right? And that's the worst approach to drinking. You shouldn't drink because you're having a bad day, and then drink because you're celebrating, and then drink because it's time to have food, because then you probably find yourself drinking too much, and that can be a problem. But I agree with you, Anonymous, that I had never heard of cannabinoid hyperemesis. Is that what it is?
Hyperemesis.
Hyperemesis, and the cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome is not something I had ever heard of, but severe vomiting, stomach pain. Now, I thought pot was supposed to relieve you of, of all these maladies and anxiety and all that stuff, but apparently the opposite is and once again, I got to say, Anonymous, that it is, this is, once again, the Democrats solving a problem.
No kidding. And looking out for children. And what's so amazing is that I have recently had a patient. I think it was her 7th or 8th admission in a calendar year, because this person, every time they smoke, they end up. She's a daily user, and so these kids are coming in not just once. We have frequent flyers now. We recognize them by name, and where the parents are, or where. And oftentimes our psych team will step in. We do get involved. Social work. It's not like we just say we don't roll our eyes, but it's overwhelming. How do you take care of all these kids when they're returning to an environment that doesn't offer the same support, discipline, and quite frankly, just like the sobriety of it all? They're getting it at school. And we had 2 kids in the last month that came in 1 year of age who needed 2 doses of Narcan from fentanyl. So these kids are getting access to drugs, call them legal or illegal. And, why is a 1-year-old coming in after being brought back to life twice with rescue drugs? It's just becoming such a big problem. And when I hear people say it over the radio, I say thank you and don't stop, because This is a fight for our children, for our future, because they can't advocate for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, I mean, I grew up in a world where people smoked pot when I was around when I was a kid and when I was a teenager and on and on. And it was never really a big deal. Of course, when I was a kid, pot was about 1/20th as potent as pot is today in terms of THC content and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, and again, I know a lot of people, and it's treated very casually. And under a lot of circumstances, perhaps it is a casual thing. You take a puff at the end of the night at home and you go to sleep or something, is one thing. But getting in your car and pulling out your vape pen and soaking it up and going to the airport and smoking in the airport and smoking in the hospital and, when you're doing all this and it's been made so easy because of the legalization. And I think they keep changing the laws in D.C. and nobody even knows what they are anymore. But it's become ubiquitous and accepted, more broadly accepted, certainly, and more normal. And when you legalize it, then you take away. When I started doing radio, this was an issue too, and I had lived in California in Santa Barbara for 7 years. And when I lived there in the 80s, they had pot had not been legalized, but they stopped arresting people for it, and they give you a ticket for $100 on the street or something if you were caught smoking pot or with a little bit of pot. And that kind of kept it indoors to some degree or another. And there was a penalty for being flagrant about smoking pot, but they didn't put you in handcuffs and bring you into jail. And the police didn't spend a lot of time arresting people for possession of marijuana. And I thought, well, that's probably pretty close to right. But, Anonymous, that's kind of weird because that leaves the drug dealers in business and the cartels in business getting their money. So it's more complicated than it looks at first blush, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And on that, I'll piggyback your comment by saying in no means am I judging people who have difficulties and who turn to I mean, I'm not, let me just say that people have difficult lives and they turn to things to numb their pain, but we've normalized it to a point that it's nobody wants to say anything anymore. Everyone's afraid of offending somebody or confrontation. Right. You can't even go up to someone. Just at our library across the street, our public library, I was sitting there. Someone walked in with a joint, and I called the front desk and I said, "I'm looking at a man who is actively smoking a joint." And then by the time she got up to me, stopped, and they didn't kick him out. They didn't ask him to leave. So the whole lobby. So we have to learn how to adjust to this.
Right.
But they can't be, why do we have to be the ones that now have to sit around? Because the smell is unreal. I mean, I can deal with a cigarette. That's here and gone. Doesn't bother me as much. But that marijuana, man, it stinks.
Well, let me tell you.
I don't want.
If he had walked in smoking a cigarette, he would have been kicked out in a heartbeat.
Exactly.
Breathe.
You're so right.
That's unacceptable. You can't have people smoking cigarettes. In the library.
Smoking is bad for you. Smoking cigarettes, now that's bad for you.
It is. It really is. That's not good at all.
We can't have our kids smoking cigarettes, but here's a joint. Anyway, I'll let you go. I know you, but I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I love your show. I listen every chance I get, and I deeply appreciate you giving a voice to these kids who need adults to step in and be adults. We need adults to be adults.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. Anonymous, wonderful call. Thank you very much. I look forward to meeting you one day around town, and I won't buy you a joint, but maybe a glass of wine or something like that. This is a brave new world that has such people in it. And again, in New York, they're setting up drug use centers where you go to use heroin and fentanyl. And liberals say, oh, this is real good. They're not dying on the sidewalk. They're dying indoors now. And Democrats are making everything better. Everything that the left says they're going to make better, they invariably and inevitably make worse. Every single time.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Listen carefully. Silver prices have experienced a historic surge, breaking above the $100 per ounce threshold for the first time, and industry experts predict silver could climb even higher. It's not too late for you to benefit from the surge in silver. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Debt is rising, currencies are under pressure, and investors are looking for real assets, not paper promises. That's why so many Americans are turning to physical gold and silver with Advantage Gold. Historically, when silver starts moving, it can move fast and aggressively. This isn't about guessing tops or bottoms. It's about understanding risk and positioning before momentum accelerates. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I'm Dr. Howard Levine, Director of Cleveland Nasal Sinus and Sleep Center. During cold and flu season, I tell my patients the key to staying well is to pull out germs, mucus, bacteria, and viruses from the nose using the Navage-powered nasal irrigator. I irrigate my own nose daily with Navage to stay healthy and after seeing sick patients.
For drug-free congestion relief, trust #1 doctor-recommended Navage. Available at Walmart and Walgreens.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Hi, my name is Britt Harris. Years ago, I went to the clerk of court's office seeking a protective order. I was scared, vulnerable, and asking for help. And I was turned away because of a 3 p.m. cutoff that sent people home even though the office was still open. When Todd Maness was elected clerk of court, he kept his promise to protect domestic violence victims. He changed that policy so no one would ever be turned away when they need protection most. That's why I support Todd Maness for re-election as clerk of court.
I'm Todd Maness and I approve this message.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Do you want to earn a higher return on your savings without worry? Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union is here to help. You can lock in an incredible 4.60% APY with our 12-month CD, starting with just $25,000. And your investment is federally insured up to $250,000. Now that's a fast and reliable way to build your savings. Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union. Safe, secure, smart. Visit myfortlibertyfcu.org or any branch to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. Rates are subject to change. Terms apply.
Beaver Equipment in Aberdeen is under new ownership, but you'll still find the same great products like Walker Mowers and Echo Power Equipment, and the same outstanding service for all your outdoor power equipment needs, no matter the brand. We're Joel and Kayla Cagle, try to continue the tradition of quality and care you've come to expect from Beaver Equipment. So stop by and see us, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, at 2833 East Indiana Avenue, at the intersection of Highway 211 near Coldcraft, or call us at 910-944-0402.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Since we started talking about this and the New York Times piece with everybody smoking pot and we talked about San Francisco handing out syringes for people to use intravenous drugs and how liberals love that. Oh, it slows the spread of AIDS. Yeah, because, you always make good decisions when you're banging heroin into your veins every day. That's when you stop making bad decisions. And last night on the TV show on Newsmax, we used some video of Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley breaks more news than ABC News. He's the guy with his phone, went to the Leering Center in Minnesota and found the fraud on the order of billions of dollars being stolen from American taxpayers by Somalis. Nick Shirley went to San Francisco with his phone again and ran into Democrats handing out syringes to junkies on the streets of San Francisco.
We were talking to the people over there in the van, and they're giving out free stuff. They're giving out the Narcan to save people, and then they're also giving out needles. And what's the idea of giving out needles and the rubber bands?
This is so they could do the drugs without worrying about disease, so everyone gets a clean needle. So they're giving you the stuff to do the drugs, right? This, glass pipes, and then they're giving you the stuff to save your life, so you don't die, and then they give it to you every day. No questions asked, no, hey, don't do this, or can we get you some help? No, they're just offering you the drug bags to do the drugs. They're not offering you any kind of help or assistance.
There you go. That's Democrats fixing the problem. Here's a pipe, and here's the free crack to smoke, and there's Narcan. So when you overdose on fentanyl, you can take the Narcan, or your friends next to you can give you the Narcan, or you can give your friends the Narcan. So they're giving them syringes, and they're giving them glass pipes, and they're giving them drugs, and out on the sidewalks, because Democrats are making it better. They're fixing the problem. And then you heard the guy saying it. It was, oh, yeah, that means, you don't spread disease. Well, addiction to opioids might be considered a disease, something to be frowned upon. But the Democrats are spreading joy wherever they go, and addiction and disease. And when they have the opportunity, they certainly like to spread monkeypox.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
Sugar, sparkle, and a whole lot of soul. The Temple Theater is serving up something extra special. It's Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal, February 19th through March 8th. Backed by the Real Deal Band, Katie Deal brings the music, the magic, and the unmistakable charm of Dolly Parton to life. From iconic hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, to the songs that made her a legend. But this isn't just a concert, it's a celebration with wit, warmth, and a whole lot of heart. Katie shares stories inspired by Dolly's life and her own, all wrapped up in rhinestones and grace. Tickets are $40 at templeshows.org, so tease that hair, shine up those boots, and don't miss Pardon Me, Celebrating Dolly with Katie Deal. February 19th through March 8th at Temple Theater. Because class never goes out of style, and neither does Dolly.
In Moore County, like most places, a good reputation means everything. At Cooper Ford, it's been earned one customer at a time. Locally owned, award-winning, and known for honest pricing and certified service. Owner Aaron Cooper, recently named 2026 Distinguished Citizen of the Year, leads with the same values he was raised on: service, integrity, and community. That's why generations of drivers keep coming back. Shop online today at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
For more than a century, Scouting in Pinehurst has played a vital role in shaping the lives of young people here in Moore County. Join Scout Troop 7 and Pack 7 in celebrating 100 years of scouting in Pinehurst on Sunday, February 15th at the Fair Barn from 12 to 3 p.m. This event will feature interactive displays highlighting Scouting's 100-year history in the area and a chance for guests to race Pinewood Derby cars on an electronic track and enjoy barbecue from White Rabbit Catering, available for advance purchase at $15. For more information, go to pinehursttroop7.org.
Char Bar 7 in Southern Pines offers a nice mix of upscale and casual. Whether you're in a suit, golf attire, or jeans, you'll feel right at home. Our menu offers a wide variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads and sandwiches, but Char Bar 7 is most known for our perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. So if you're looking for a great place to relax, eat some food, and maybe watch some golf, we invite you to visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages underwater. 910-944-3140.
This morning, we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid 30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
And that'll work.
Now, I have the mailbag. It's mailbag day because it's not hump day here at the Chris Plant Show as it is in the Clinton household, but it is mailbag day. Wednesday, every Wednesday, mailbag day, and I have in my hands the mailbag questions, and Michael Piercy's looking at me funny, and I think I have to get to the... Oh, no, I do have to get to the mailbag, but I want to play one more Nick Shirley soundbite for you, because we were just playing Nick Shirley in San Francisco. Nick Shirley, who broke the news about the Somali fraud, billions of dollars in Minnesota, funding a terrorist organization in Somalia so they can kill and kidnap and murder, which is what they do. They're radical Islamic jihadis, and I know it sounds like a chicken and rice dish, but it's not the Somali terror group. But Nick Shirley, who broke the story there in Minnesota, and then he's on the streets of San Francisco, a little different than the streets of San Francisco used to be. And found the guy handing out the crack pipes and the syringes with needles to inject because it makes everybody safer to just do heroin with your own needles and smoke crack with your own pipes. And so they give them out and they help people. Now, Nick Shirley also found one of the helpful San Francisco Democrats out on the street. And there's a man of color, laying flat on his back, sprawled out on the sidewalk, unconscious, with debris all around him, and a tent, like a camping tent about 15 feet from him, and people just living on the street, and they're drug-addled, they're passed out. And Nick Shirley said to the helpful Democrat who's passing out drug stuff, said, well, how do you know this man's alive? This guy looks like he's dead. He's sprawled out. His legs are bent like they're broken. And he said, what's going on? So here's Nick Shirley with one of the Democrats handing out all the good drug stuff on the streets of San Francisco.
This guy is clearly, he's passed out right now. How do we know that he is still alive and that he doesn't need Narcan right now?
He's breathing. You see his chest rising, and it's going up and down, and his color's good. Now, if he's blue, he's not responsive, his color's gone, he'd be like a blue, gray, purple color, then you know he's overdosing. Okay. So the most important thing is to hit him with Narcan. Doesn't matter how much Narcan you give him.
Doesn't matter.
If you got 3 in here, give him all 3 and rescue breaths.
Okay, so what's in here? What's inside?
You give him rescue breaths.
This Narcan you inject into their nose and it brings them back to life.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Yeah, and then bring him back to life. You just give him rescue breaths. Now, this guy looked like something out of an alien movie, and he's sprawled out with his limbs all twisted around upside down and one knee up in the air, and he looks like he's dead, and his mouth is hanging open. And no, see, his chest is moving, and his color is good. He's not gray, purple, blue, so he's fine. Otherwise, we'd have to give him a maximum dose of Narcan, and then we'll give him more fentanyl and heroin and another fresh needle so he can start over again. And nobody's saying, hey, do you want help? No, they're just saying, here are more drugs, here are new needles. So you don't get the AIDS. You just die of a drug overdose on the sidewalk, and then we come get your body, and we turn it into a mulch, and that's good for your garden. So that's good for you. And they scatter it in the gardens around San Francisco because they're making everything better. That's the Democrat Party. They're very helpful, very, very helpful. All right, mailbag time. Let's get to the mailbag. And there's one kind of a fun one on the end that took me by surprise. But let's go to the mailbag questions. Let's start with Michael. Michael with his mailbag question. Says, Chris, next Tuesday marks 5 years since Rush Limbaugh's passing. Rest in peace. Today, he'd be 75. He'd be 75 years old and still leading talk radio's America First movement, and that's a fact. If Rush Limbaugh were alive today at 75, he certainly would still be leading talk radio and the America First movement. And Michael says, Chris, you're today's leader. Wait a minute. If healthy and God willing, how long do you hope to host your radio show? And any update on your first book? Any update on your first book? Shaming me here at the end. But he's right. Michael is right to shame me. Now, I've got to say, Michael, I plan to do radio forever. Honestly, I think I plan to do radio forever. I'm done with doing radio and then TV. And radio is the greatest, most wonderful, the most fun, and interacting with you, normal people, great American people, and all that good stuff. So I love that. And the truth is, Michael, I think I plan to do radio for as long as they will let me do radio. And if they say they won't let me do radio anymore, then I think I would want to do a streaming podcast. They call them podcasts. I don't like that word, but do my own radio show. And I think I'd want to keep doing something independently. But I'm also happy working for corporate America, doing radio. They own all the radio stations across the country and stuff. But the truth is, Michael, I plan on doing radio for forever and ever. And you said Rush Limbaugh is 75 years old. In December, I turned 66 years old. But, I feel pretty good. My swing is still pretty good, and my brain's working pretty well. Don't smoke too much pot, so it's got to keep the brain going. Don't drink. I drink a lot less than I used to too, but I work too much right now. But what I hope to do, and I spoke to Chris Ruddy, the owner of Newsmax, earlier this week actually about finishing up my tour of duty at Newsmax and getting back to radio only. But I hope to do radio forever and ever, because this is just great. And it's fun every day. And I'd be doing this at home to my best girl and not doing it here. So I might as well come here. And I do come into the studio almost every day. During the ice, I stayed home for a couple of days because I couldn't get my car out because of the District of Columbia. And any update on your first book? I got to tell you, Michael, my deal is with myself and with my best girl that I've said out loud. As soon as I stop doing TV and I have more hours that I am in control of, it's time for my first book, and I think I need at least 2 books. Like my grandfather, the old radio guy, put out 2 books when he was on the radio in the 1920s and 30s, and I got a little update on that coming up too. But I need to get at least my first book, Michael, and I thank you for that. And I plan on doing radio forever. And you're right, Rush Limbaugh would still be number 1 in the field, and there's no doubt about that because he was Rush Limbaugh. Thank you, Michael. Next question from Just Win. Just Win. Just Win asks. He has 2 quotes. Could be she. I don't want to be misogynistic. Just Win asks, how is the non-view still allowed to be on, spewing hate and division every day, and misinformation and disinformation, I would add? And the correct answer to that, Just Win, is ABC News. Because, believe it or not, the TV show The View with Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of the gang of miscreants and misinformed mental cases there, that is under the budget of and the umbrella of ABC News, along with George Snuffleupagus, right, the Democrat Party operative for a career. And then ABC said, hey, we're a Democrat Party operation. Let's hire George Stephanopoulos and pay him $25 million a year. And it's good to be a Democrat because the propaganda apparatus is boundless. But Just Win, The View is going nowhere. How are they still allowed to be on? They do propaganda for the left and for the Democrat, and ABC News pays hundreds of millions of dollars to keep that propaganda on the air, that disinformation on the air, that mental illness on the air. Remember Whoopi Goldberg saying that when Roe v. Wade was overturned, and then, by the way, the number of abortions went up immediately to more than 1 million a year in the United States after Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court. But Whoopi Goldberg was so upset when Roe v. Wade was turned over that she was having flashbacks to before 1973 and how terrible everything was in America. And this is what Whoopi Goldberg, under ABC News umbrella, was conveying.
We got tired of tripping over women in bathrooms, public bathrooms, who were giving themselves abortions because there was nowhere safe, nowhere clean, nowhere to go.
That's right. Everywhere you went into public ladies' rooms, the floors were littered with women sprawled out with coat hangers giving themselves abortions because, that's what she experienced. And this is what you get from these miscreants, these mental dwarves with the radical left-wing, idiotic, false propaganda. And that's ABC News. Thank you very much. They ought to be gassed, honestly. And the second question from Just Win is number 2 question. Will Jeffries, Plaskett, Presley, and Omar face any accountability? Short answer to that, no, of course not. Because ABC News and NBC News and CBS News and the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Democrats love the savagery and the mental dwarfism and all that. And also Just Win says, also, Chris, Chicago gets run worse daily by the mayor, let's go Brandon Johnson there in Chicago, roughly over 150 plus shot since the new year, but crime is down. And that's what the Democrats will tell you. And I looked it up today. I did look it up today, Just went in. and I went to heyjackass.com, which counts the shootings and the murders in Chicago, and they've had 171 people shot so far this year in Chicago. And what's the date today, Michael? It's February 11th, and they've had 171 people shot. They've had 39 shot and killed, 132 shot and wounded. And in Chicago, that's not news because Democrats run the news, and it's not important because human life doesn't matter to them. Now, thank you, Just Win. Beard of Sense asks, Chris, when we were growing up in the early 1970s, everyone was down on America. We suffered through Vietnam, race riots, assassinations, Richard Nixon resigning, hippies, etc. But when the bicentennial came around, 1976, 200 years since the Constitution, at least to my 14-year-old self, we all seemed to come together and celebrate. Do you think that's possible this coming June, for the 250th anniversary of the Constitution and America's birth? And I've got to say, sadly, Beard of Sense, and I remember what you're talking about, although I spent July 4th, 1976, I was 16 years old. I was in New York with my friend Wingate Crawford, and we went out and got into a car crash and ended up in a hospital in the Bronx where everybody was being brought in because Democrats were throwing M80s into people's cars driving by and blowing their hands up and stuff. But we had a car crash, and I spent the bicentennial. We were headed down to the fireworks at the Statue of Liberty for 1976, ended up in a hospital in the Bronx. But we had a good time, and it was kind of fun. The car was a wreck, but never mind that. Crashing in the Bronx, hospital in the Bronx. And is it possible this, I think it's more difficult because the left, the Democrat Party, is no longer an American party. It's an anti-American party, and they're violent and criminally insane, and they've created mobs to attack everybody. And Donald Trump is in the White House celebrating our 250th anniversary. So it will not be like the coming together of the bicentennial for sure. But we can try. They've got Trump derangement syndrome and America derangement syndrome. But it will be a test, Beard of Sense, and we'll be watching it closely. And then Beard of Sense asked, can you really see AOC and the squad being pro-America in any way whatsoever? And the answer to that is obviously no. No, obviously not. Now, I've got one more that I have to get to, one more that I need to get to. But I want to take a break here, and then I want to come back because there's something I want to play you, audio I want to play you in response to the last mailbag question today. And, and I look forward to this, actually, because something I haven't done here for more than 15 years, I think, coming right up.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 55 and with one of the big three carriers, like Verizon, you may notice they don't talk much about their 55-plus discounts. That's so customers like you keep paying their regular higher rates to boost their bottom line. You deserve better service, with 100% US-based experts, better value, with plans starting at $20, and a company that's built for people 50-plus, like me. Not convinced? Give your current carrier a call, ask about the 55-plus plan you've earned, see how long it takes to get a real person on the line, and if they try to talk you out of it. But if you want something better, call Consumer Cellular. We've got the same great coverage, and our US-based experts can get you switched in about 20 minutes. Switch now to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com for your second month free.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the stores, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 in East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-687-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
What if there was an investment strategy, a product, where your retirement money and investment portfolio could go up with the market, lock in your gains, and when the market goes down, you don't lose anything? Never lose a penny. What if that investment strategy actually existed? Good news, it does. Claim your free investor's guide today. Call 800-557-4933. Again, 800-557-4933.
Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes has been providing quality commercial and residential electrical services in the Sandhills for over 40 years. From home surge protection to commercial kitchens, Mesa Electric Company can handle any commercial or residential electrical repair. Unlimited license, locally owned and operated. Call Kenny or Gail Mace at Mesa Electric Company in Seven Lakes, 910-673-0093. That's 910-673-0093.
Ba-dum, 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 ba. Little spirit in the sky. Our last mailbag question of the day. And this comes from Kevin from Smithville, Missouri, who actually mailed it in by U.S. mail. And Kevin says, "Hey, Chris, on military anniversaries, D-Day +1, you play a record of your father, Jules Orteg, a Navy fighter pilot stationed in an aircraft carrier of the European theater during World War II, perhaps where you got your fondness for flying military aircraft, and yeah, perhaps it is, and who doesn't love flying military aircraft? Come on. So I personally find your father's story very interesting because I never thought of Europe as being an aircraft carrier war during World War II. Good point. Really think about the Pacific Ocean, the large sea battles. True. Said, you also have brought up your family's history of being on radio for more than 100 years. True. With your grandfather, Pat Barnes, and your mother, Barbara Barnes Orteg, having radio shows. All true. My question is like your father's record. Do you have any small radio clips of your grandfather and mother's radio shows that you can share with us? I'm curious if the proper English, humor, and charisma are a family trait. And we do have clips. I don't have a lot, but this is my grandfather, Pat Barnes, and his daughter, my mother, Barbara Ann Barnes, who became Barbara Ann Barnes Orteg, Barbara Ann Barnes Orteg Plant. And this is 1937, Christmas Day, the New Amsterdam Theater, New York City, 42nd Street.
And now for that happy-go-lucky child of the highways and airwaves, the head barnstormer, Pat Barnes.
As the guy doing the intros,
Oh, goodness, and Merry Christmas, everybody.
My grandfather. Merry Christmas,
you'd think
Pat.
We rehearsed it, would you?
You'd think we rehearsed it. And he's doing shtick, he's doing jokes. And they would Christmas Day, the rooftop radio studio, the New Amsterdam Theater on right in Manhattan. I've got a funny story about that, too. And my young mother was 9 years old, and she was doing national radio broadcasts.
Girls, the youngest barnstormer of them all is representing you tonight. Her name is Barbara Barnes, the adorable daughter of the head barnstormer.
But, Mommy, Christmas is almost over and we haven't had our dinner yet.
We'll have it, darling. And if God is good to us, dear, we'll have someone here to help us eat it. Someone we haven't seen for the longest time.
Company, Mommy?
Yes, darling.
Daddy.
Company.
Mommy.
Daddy was arrested.
You're crying.
He was arrested by the cops.
Mommy.
Because he's an Irish guy.
May I answer it? No, darling, no. Mommy will see who it is.
See, and then my grandfather was an Irish guy. He got in trouble, the character. They're playing, it was theater, radio theater. And my grandfather, Pat Barnes, he was arrested by the police and thrown in jail on Christmas. And my mother thought, are we going to have a special visitor? And I actually have this recording. It's about 30 minutes long. And my mother is a 9-year-old girl. My grandfather, home from World War I, where he fought against the Hun in France and into Germany. And my grandfather did radio from 1922, but his own national show by 1924, 102 years ago. And my family, by hook or by crook, has been on the air nonstop since certainly 1924 and perhaps nonstop since 1922. My grandfather was on the air nonstop from then until 1969. He was 80 years old when he died, and he was doing radio and television at that point until he was 80 years old. My mother was on and off in radio and in television when I was a kid, and after my father died, we moved to Milwaukee in with my grandfather and grandmother, and my grandfather was still on TV on WISN in Milwaukee. My mother then went on WISN in Milwaukee, had her own TV show, did interviews and stuff, interviewed Burt Reynolds. He was a stuntman, an unknown stuntman. And, family history. We couldn't find...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. That closure of the El Paso International Airport, announced earlier this morning, turned out to be short-lived.
The FAA had announced it was shutting down airspace in the El Paso, Texas area through February 20th for security reasons, meaning all flights to and from El Paso International Airport would be grounded during that period. Now the Federal Aviation Administration says it has lifted the temporary closure, saying there was no threat to commercial aviation and that all flights would resume. A Trump administration official tells the Associated Press that the airspace over El Paso was closed after Mexican cartel drones breached airspace, but that the Defense Department took action to disable those drones.
Correspondent Donna Warder. He was detained, he was questioned, and then he was released. Investigators working the Nancy Guthrie disappearance detained the individual during an overnight traffic stop. They later searched a home in Rio Rico, Arizona. It's about an hour's drive south of Tucson near the Mexican border. The man questioned denies any knowledge of the Guthrie case. It's
Been a deadly mass shooting in rural Western Canada.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police say 8 people, including the suspect, are dead after a shooting at a small school in British Columbia. And they say 2 more people were found dead at a home believed to be connected to the incident. In addition, another 25 people were injured, including 2 airlifted to hospital with life-threatening injuries.
Correspondent Ben Thomas reporting. Wall Street has turned lower following release of the January jobs report. Surprisingly robust 130,000 jobs created last month, and on Wall Street, stocks are in the red. The Dow down 240 points, while the Nasdaq trading 62 points lower. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. Hours after the FAA announced it was closing the airport in El Paso, Texas, had reopened after concerns triggered by Mexican cartel drones breaching U.S. airspace. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
It could have been a horribly disruptive 10-day period for commerce and travel in and out of El Paso. Turns out to be a few hours of concern. Flight restrictions are lifted. Flights will resume.
Cleanup on the Outer Banks has a long way to go. Last week, 4 houses collapsed in Buxton in just 2 days. Eric Lutz, who surfs the nearby ocean water, tells WAVY.
I would never wish that on somebody, but I wouldn't be surprised if you'd see one of these front row houses go in on another good storm.
A person was detained for questioning Tuesday in the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie hours after the FBI released surveillance videos of a masked man wearing a handgun holstered outside of Guthrie's front door the night she vanished from her Arizona home. 1 person is dead, another injured, and deputies are searching for the person responsible after a Tuesday afternoon shooting in Pinnacle in Stokes County. Deputies are searching for the person responsible. There are 9 active measles exposure alerts across the Charlotte metro area. 2 of them, a couple of Charlotte businesses and local health officials are trying to track down all those exposed. Dr. Amina Ahmed at Atrium Health.
It's hard to see cases of measles, especially having seen the morbidity and mortality associated with measles. I've seen it in Pakistan, my home country.
Tax experts say that 2025 came with some of the largest tax law changes seen in 50 years. Mark Sieber with Jackson Hewitt Tax Services tells WECT in Wilmington.
You have to take some action. You have to put some of these new items on your tax return. You have to reflect what is the best, outcome for you on your taxes to get that biggest refund.
You're listening to NCN News.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
Practicing a championship way can happen 100% of every day. In the pool and when traveling highways. A law of sportsmanship includes taking the high road when going away and returning home. Buckle up your seatbelt in the front and back seats. Every seat, every time. Each time you click, it counts as a winning ticket. Demonstrate your championship drive through your safety practice. A freestyle by any measure. This message was brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering and WeThePeopleDeclare.com every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts, David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid-to upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid-30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
some people say that Citizens United was one of the worst things that the court has ever done.
Well, what I'm heartened by
Even though you were the
I was
dissent.
not. I was. Well, I was not on the court.
Oh, you
I was
weren't
not
on
on the
the court.
court for that decision.
Yes, the idiots on The View. They, of course, have a Supreme Court justice who doesn't know what a woman on the show with only women. So she doesn't know what she was doing there. She was thoroughly confused. Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yeah, what about Citizens United, which was a free speech case, and free speech won. ABC News and these idiots on The View are against free speech, but that's who they are. And Ketanji Brown Jackson was asked about it. She wasn't on the court at the time. Now, these people are so dumb. I would know off the top of my head that she was not on the court at the time of the Citizens United decision. These are dumb people, and they pay them millions and millions of dollars for propaganda reasons. They're mental dwarves. Hey, listen, that was a fun mailbag. I enjoyed the mailbag section of today's show. And Kevin from Smithville, Missouri, fun question about my grandfather, and we do have a half-hour recording of my grandfather and my mother as a 9-year-old coming to the nation. It was a nationwide broadcast on Christmas, 1937, from New York City, the New Amsterdam Theater, which is beautiful. It was restored a while back, just a gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful theater. And my grandfather and my mother used to do radio shows out of there in the 1920s, the 1930s, Chicago, New York, Chicago. National broadcasts on the various networks and so on, and great stuff. My grandfather, Pat Barnes. Here's one of the things that he had a radio show 1931 and 1932 on NBC, and it was sponsored. And they did theater, productions and theater, and they would dress in outfits. They had live studio audiences, and there was no TV. Right, and the movies are one thing, but radio was the truest form of live theater at the time, and some degree or another it is now as well. And my grandfather had a radio show, 1931, 1932, sponsored by Quick Arrow Soap Flakes. Sponsored by his advertiser was Quick Arrow Soap Flakes, and they did theatrical productions. And there are those that claim that this was the first soap opera, and that my grandfather did the first soap opera because it was radio theater sponsored by a soap company, which is where the whole soap opera thing came from, as the sponsors were soap companies, right? Isn't that great? And also, according to things you can find online, old-time radio and stuff, KDKA in Pittsburgh, the first radio station in America. My grandfather started his career there in 1921, KDKA. So that's now 105 years ago. But he didn't have a full-time national radio show there, but he did work on KDKA 1921. So that's kind of fun stuff. And I was telling Michael just before we went to break that I have and he was on WGN in Chicago in 1929. He was the world's most popular announcer in 1927, and I have his trophy at home. I have the award at home, Pat Barnes, 1927, world's most popular announcer. And there was only one kind of announcer, so you didn't have to specify, well, what kind of announcer? There was only one kind of announcer. But here's a kind of a crazy story. Now, I was living in New York. I was born in New York. And I was my mother's fourth child, my mother's fourth boy. And when I was born, our father died when I was 5 months old of a heart attack. He was 38 years old, former Navy fighter pilot, World War II and stuff. Died of a heart attack one morning at home at the age of 38. And so my mother, widowed at the age of 32, I believe, with four boys, ages 5 years old and under, 5 years old to 5 months old, or 5 months old to 5 years old. And so my mother was widowed with four little boys in 1960, right? So she grabbed us all, and we moved about a month later when I was 6 months old to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where her father, Pat Barnes, was still on the television and doing radio at WISN in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which was then a CBS station. I think it's now an ABC station. And when we moved there, the house we moved into was with all of us. Now, my grandparents had to move with my mother and the four of us to a larger house because suddenly there are a lot of people. And so moved in with my grandfather and my grandmother. And when I was 6 months old, we moved into this house. And the house had been owned by another broadcaster before we bought it, which is pretty bizarre. And the broadcaster had a recording studio in his home on the first level of the home, a brick colonial home in Shorewood, a nice area of Milwaukee. And there was a walk-in closet on the first floor. And the previous owner had it converted to a tracking booth. So it was all padded on the inside, foam and corkboard padded on the inside, and heavily carpeted on the floor. So it absorbed sound, right? And I was now 6 months old, and a lot of trauma. My mother was traumatized. Her husband had just died and all that. And so they put me in a crib in the soundproof closet. And that's where I was as a 6-month-old baby. And it's like, in space, no one can hear you scream. Well, in a tracking booth in a house in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, when you're 6 months old, no one can hear you scream. So some people have hypothesized that the reason that I can't shut up as an adult is because as a child, I was put in this soundproof booth, in a tracking booth, which my grandfather used and the previous owner of the house used. So I kind of grew up, I was sort of born to this whole thing, But yeah, the tracking booth where I was put as a baby, because my mother was like, enough of the screaming already. I got 4 boys running around, and her husband had just died. Like, can we just put him in the soundproof booth? So I spent a lot of time in the soundproof booth as a baby, and here I am now, all these years later, in a soundproof booth with a microphone. The more things change, all that good stuff. Yes, sir. There's a story, and that's now enough about me. But then look, and my mother was working at WISN, and a young cub reporter came from Chicago to get his first TV job at WISN, CBS station in Milwaukee, and his name was Bill Plant. And my mother, when I was 5 years old, married for the second time, and the last time married Bill Plant, who had become a CBS News Network correspondent, the Walter Cronkite Show, and so on. And we moved back to New York so he could be, the Walter Cronkite Show in New York and all that stuff. And he was on the air for CBS for 52 years, and covered the White House for 30-something years. And my brother Daniel has been on the television for the last 35 years, as a television reporter around the country, in San Diego now for a great many years. My brother Michael, a television news producer for a great many years, and me, I've been doing this for quite some time now. So nonstop since maybe 1921, certainly since 1924, the family's been on the air nonstop. And that's kind of crazy because that doesn't happen a lot. Now enough about me. I don't spend an awful lot of time talking about me like some people do, talking about themselves. But let me go to this crazy story, because we found this morning, and this is berserk. Nobody even heard about this. It wasn't news in the United States of America. But a couple of days ago, there was a massacre in Canada, in America's hat. And it turns out that it was a terrible mass shooting in British Columbia on the west, many, many miles outside of Vancouver North and a little east of Vancouver. Vancouver's a fun city, been there many times. But listen to this crazy story. A guy named Jesse Strange, or Strang, Strang, 18 years old, has been identified by Canadian media outlets and eventually by the police, but they haven't named him, as the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, British Columbia, shooter. They like to use shooter, that's mass murder, and shot and killed Initially, it was 9 people. I kept looking it up today. 10 people shot and killed. The 18-year-old showed up with a gun, shot and killed. Now 10 people and wounded, shot and wounded at least 25 more, and then killed himself. But here's the thing. Well, I've got a Royal Canadian Mounted Police soundbite I want to play for you. I believe he's a sergeant, RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You know, Dudley Do Right. They got the cool uniforms and stuff. And his name is Chris Clark. And Chris Clark was announcing what had happened and how it was resolved.
That includes the deceased gun person.
The gun person. Wait a minute. That includes the deceased gun person. But he didn't say gunman. Why didn't he say gunman? 18 years old, age of majority, an adult. 10 people shot and killed, about 25 more shot and wounded, and then the gun person shot and killed himself. Here's the thing. He's a tranny. He's another transgender mass murderer. Yet another transgender mass murderer. And the news media is not covering it. And the RCMP, they had to call him a gun person, because didn't want to say gun man, didn't want to say gun woman, didn't want to identify the person one way or the other by gender, right? Isn't that amazing? And where do we see this today? Andy No, the famous Andy No, was the first one to break this. The Canadian, quote, gun person, end quote, who killed 9 people, 10th has since died, including teens at a British Columbia school and members of his own family before taking his own life, is a trans person, Andy No reported. Police initially said the suspect was a female in a dress. He was wearing a dress, and are not confirming the suspect's identity. This is one of Canada's deadliest mass shootings, and the suspect joins a fast-growing list of trans mass killers in North America. I think we should always say transgender because trans is just a prefix, but the gunman's alleged YouTube avatar is a gun and an enemy character on top of a trans pride flag. And there it is right there, the trans pride flag, and we got another mass murdering transgender mental case. It's almost as though being transgender is a mental issue. Imagine that. Yes, it is. So this Jesse Strang person, we know so little about, the 18-year-old transgender mass murderer, and here are pictures of the dude when he was just a teenage boy, and now he's a big fat transgender woman looking really awful with ridiculous lipstick, and now he's dead because he shot himself after a mass murder with a gun. And the 18-year-old Jesse Strang came from a close family. Sure. Juno News stating the suspect's uncle, Russell G. Strang, confirmed the identity because what are you going to do after that's all over? But we've seen these transgender murderers all over the place now. They're everywhere in Colorado, and there was a nice girl in Colorado that stopped her transgender brother from massacring people at 3 schools. But there was the nightclub, the gay nightclub massacre by the transgender guy. U.S. Army officer stopped him and beat him up, stopped him from killing more people. All that good stuff. We got them all over the place, these transgender mass murderers. And here's another in Canada. Democrats do. It never happens in Canada. Well, turns out they've got mentally ill transgender people too. And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, Chris Clark, the gun person.
We believe we've been able to identify the shooter, but for privacy reasons and obviously for the conduct of the investigation, we're not releasing that information at that time until we're assured that we've connected with the appropriate people.
He meant at this time, but that's okay. You know how Canadians are. English is not their first language. You know, rural Americans deserve access to the very best of what our great nation has to offer, particularly when it comes to health care. Across every great state and every community in America, America's rural hospitals are the first line of defense, protecting our families, our neighbors, the people that we love. No matter where you live, hospital care does not clock out. They are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And every year, America's more than 5,000 hospitals care for millions of patients, providing that 24/7 emergency care and delivering babies day and night, providing cancer treatments and other life-saving care that patients rely on and have come to expect. Behind every one of those patients, there are, of course, doctors, nurses, and caregivers working tirelessly to keep these people healthy and safe. Hospitals are our community's lifelines. They employ our neighbors, our family members, and keep our families healthy. But right now, some in Congress are threatening access to that care. Tell Congress to protect patient care and keep America strong. Don't cut rural health care. Paid for by the Coalition to Strengthen America's Health Care. Yes, sir. Yeah, so another transgender mass murder. The pictures of the person are sad and pathetic. There's a little boy at his birthday cake looking normal. And just a few years later, they turned him into a lefty, cross-dressing, bloodthirsty ghoul.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Attention investors, this affects you. Silver prices are exploding, with silver exceeding $100 a troy ounce for the first time. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 to get our free gold and silver investment guide. Plus, you'll also receive a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call now. Here's why it matters. Silver is a high liquidity, tangible, and affordable precious metal investment that serves as an industrial commodity and a store of value. It often outperforms gold during economic upturns. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can act now. Roll over a portion into a tax-advantaged gold and silver IRA backed by physical metals you actually own. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and find out how you can get a tax and penalty-free rollover for a portion of your retirement funds for 2026. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
I'm David Norris, and I'm running for the Moore County Board of Education. Over the past year, our school board made major decisions behind closed doors. Decisions affecting taxpayers, parents, and students without clear explanation. I raised concerns, I asked questions, and when transparency failed, I filed a lawsuit. Not for attention, but because open government matters. The school board clarified its position, and I moved forward, but the issue remains. Too many decisions made in defiance of the public, too little explanation, too many meetings, and not enough results. Parents deserve straight answers. Taxpayers deserve respect. And our school deserves leadership focused on academics. I'm not an educrat. I'm not part of the system. I'm a Moore County resident and taxpayer who believes accountability should never require lawsuit. If you want transparency restored and education refocused, I ask for your vote. I'm David Norris for Moore County School Board.
Paid for by David Norris for School Board.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Char Bar 7 is the ultimate spot for food and to relax with friends in their upscale yet casual dining environment. Come out every Tuesday night for trivia and every Thursday night for live music from local artists. Indulge in their perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. Char Bar 7 also offers a variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads, and sandwiches. If you want to just kick back and eat some food, we invite you to Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
The radical left-wingers at National Panhandler Radio suckling on the public teat. Their headline today is, we got the new jobs numbers today, and they're really good numbers. So the left is, they're desecrating their themselves there. The NPR U.S. unexpectedly adds 130,000 jobs in January. Unexpectedly? Who didn't expect it? Well, NPR didn't expect it. Isn't that amazing? NBC Fake News with their headline. U.S. added 130,000 jobs in January, but labor market growth stalled in 2025. So you got, hey, wait a minute, is there some bad news we could put in here? Isn't that great? The Democrat Party. 130,000 jobs added in January, and the news media is very angry about it. The truth is that the unemployment rate fell, the unemployment rate dropped, and 4.3%. The economy added 130,000 jobs in January, and the news media is spinning it, as they normally do, as a negative. Now, if Joe Biden had added these 130,000 jobs, it would be a very different song they'd be singing. The headlines would be very, very different. These people, can I just say, maybe those people is better. They're like the transgender Canadian shooting the place up. They're mental. And that's, what did the shooters, what were their pronouns? How are you people are mental. All right, so great jobs report, great economic news.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Back-to-back winter storms and bitter cold reminded the Carolinas that preparation isn't just smart, it's essential. When ice, outages, and freezing nights arrive, Carolina Air and Power keeps homes warm and powered. Start with a $59 HVAC tune-up to ensure your system performs when it matters most. Have a quote from another company? Get a free second opinion with no pressure. And when the grid fails, a whole home generator keeps heat, lights, and peace of mind on. And right now, save $1,500 on installation. From dependable heating to reliable backup power. Carolina Air and Power delivers comfort and power together all winter long. Local technicians, honest guidance, and fast service help protect your home and family when weather turns dangerous. Preparation today prevents emergencies tomorrow and saves money when conditions are the toughest. Schedule now before demand spikes during severe cold across the Carolinas today. Call 910-241-4677 or visit CarolinaAir.com.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
If you have a computer with 5 to 7 years of age on it, it's probably in need of a tune-up. Over the years, your computer picks up files and toolbars that you don't need, and eventually it reduces your computer performance a great deal. Just bring your PC or Mac to WEEB Computer Repair here at the WEEB Studios on Midland Road. No problem is too big or too small for our Super Geek, and our prices are much lower than the box stores. WEEB Computer Repair, 690-9723, the home of the Super Geek.
If it's Wednesday, it's Turkey Reuben Day at Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village, Pinehurst. Add waffle fries, onion rings, or chips and an ice-cold drink to perfectly complement your Turkey Reuben. Enjoy our amazing appetizers, beer-battered mushrooms, mozzarella sticks, dill pickle fries, mac and cheese bites, or sweet potato fries. We've got hot and cold subs, burgers, New York-style pizza, and more. We're open 7 days, and it's all at Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business.
And I'm Taylor Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, the fourth generation. We have been in business for almost 90 years.
We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware, I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Are you a professional with a background in banking, or do you know someone who is? Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union is looking to hire experienced retail banking professionals for its branch in Southern Pines. We offer competitive salaries and comprehensive benefits, medical, dental, and vision insurance, and a 401k with company match and profit sharing, plus tuition reimbursement, advancement opportunities, and more. Join the Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union team and work in a positive and supportive atmosphere. Go to fortbraggfcu.org/careers to apply today.
Weather sponsored by Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village, Pinehurst. More than subs, try apps, wings, burgers, New York-style pizza, and daily specials. Open 7 days, Lil Dino's Subs, Olmsted Village.
This morning we start out with the chance for a few light rain showers. Then from midday onward, it's a gradual clearing in the sky from north to south. Still going to be warm out there. High temperatures mainly in the mid-to-upper 60s, but the colder air catches up to us as we head into the overnight hours. It's back to jacket weather. Temperatures low to mid-30s out the door Thursday morning, and we're mostly sunny to partly cloudy Thursday afternoon. Highs in the 50s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
The Democrats are on Capitol Hill, and they're mentally impaired. They're dangerously, criminally insane. They're mental. They take short limousines to work. And the Attorney General of the United States, Pamela Bondi, is on Capitol Hill testifying today, and the Democrats are trying to start another civil war, which they're fond of doing. They're not very good at anything. But listen to this, because Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States, is testifying, and she's up there, and the Democrats want to talk about idiocy. What about Jeffrey Epstein, who's a lifelong Democrat, who spent all his time with Democrats, who raised money for Democrats, who's Ghislaine Maxwell, another in prison now. She was allegedly testifying on Capitol Hill the other day, but she just pled the fifth the whole time, so she didn't answer any questions. And she's trying to, hey, I'll tell everything. I'll exonerate Trump if I get clemency, which means you cannot give her clemency no matter what, because it would look like a Joe Biden quid pro quo moment. But that's Latin. Democrats have trouble with that sort of thing. But here is Pam Bondi. And listen to this. Democrat, the corpulent Jerry Nadler, who had that lap band surgery. It worked a little bit, but Jerry Nadler with Pam Bondi, and it's not going very well. And then Jamie Raskin, a communist from Maryland, jumped in. There might have been a little bit of Fang's boyfriend, Eric Swalwell, but they're all yelling. And Pam Bondi, first of all, the idiot Nadler, you get 5 minutes to have a Q&A with the Attorney General. Nadler rambled on like a communist Chinese sycophant, kind of like Eric Swalwell, for 4 minutes. And then Pam Bondi wanted to respond to something, and none of that was being allowed. Nadler and Pam Bondi.
We now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
So I really
Democrats,
have
all
just
Democrats.
one question for you.
Yeah.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted?
Are Democrats.
How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
What's a perpetrator? I've got to ask.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question
ridiculous.
the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
reclaiming
my time.
About they indicted. The president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from New York.
Communists.
We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask the question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time.
What?
No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
She should go beat him up.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
Jim Jordan is the chairman. These are communists. These people are not even Americans anymore. This is not recognizable as the United States of America. And Jerry Nadler, who it's amazing. He hasn't had like 45 strokes and 22 heart attacks already, but amazing. And Jamie Raskin, who's a communist, he loves the gang members, illegal alien gang members too. And they've got these crazy people in, well, you can't answer. I'm not going to. And this is how it goes on Capitol Hill, because this is what the Democrats are. Oh, we've got Pramila Jayapal. And this is in the same hearing, Pramila. Yeah, Pramila, not Pamela. Pramila, she's not an American, and parents don't know how to spell, and they're low IQ family for generations. Pramila Jayapal and the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
Attorney General Bondi.
You should yell.
You apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein.
And Democrats.
Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Now, the Democrats pounded the table and screamed and spat and threw glasses and ashtrays for 4 months, saying, release the Epstein files. And then they released 3 million pages of Epstein files. The Democrats started releasing naked pictures of girls that they were not authorized to release, and they don't care. And now they're screaming at them, say, how dare you release the Epstein files, which we just pounded the table and insisted you do for months on end. And once you did it, we immediately do a 180, flip-flop completely, and say, well, how dare you release the Epstein files, which we just screamed and shouted and burned synagogues demanding that you release. And then you release them, and they immediately have a psychotic meltdown and say, how dare you release the documents that we demanded that you release. And the entirety of the American news media sitting in the room will fail to notice that, because the news media is the most corrupt institution in America. Just saying. And there was a hearing yesterday as well. So that's what's going. That's just happened in the last half hour or so. And you got Eric Swalwell up there. I think his girlfriend Fang Fang is with him in the committee hearing room, but you can't actually see her. It's kind of tricky. But yesterday, let's see, where are they in the number 7 and number 8? Let's go there, because that's pretty. And then I want to play number 9 too, but. Let's go to number 7 and number 8, because yesterday on Capitol Hill, we had the heads of ICE, which I like to call NICE. It's the National Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency, which would make them nice. And then the Democrats would have to be angry with NICE and hate NICE, which they'd be happy to do. They have a radical left-wing extremist named LaMonica MacGyver. She's no MacGyver. She couldn't do anything with tape and baling wire. And LaMonica is not really a name, although I always sing the Groucho Marx song, Lydia the Tattooed Lady, but I sing Monica, oh Monica, she played the harmonica. Monica, the White House intern, in the spirit of Groucho Marx. And whenever I see LaMonica MacGyver's name, I always think of that and Monica Lewinsky. And, Monica, oh Monica, she plays the harmonica. Monica, the White House intern.
Lydia, oh Lydia, say, have you met Lydia? Lydia, the tattooed lady.
See, now
she has eyes that folks adore so, and a torso even more so.
See, Lydia, oh Lydia, and Monica, oh Monica. I used to work with Monica Lewinsky, and I gave her a ride home from work. But here is LaMonica MacGyver yesterday with the acting head of Immigration Customs Enforcement, or National Immigration Customs Enforcement, Todd Lyons, yesterday. And LaMonica, not a bright one, not an honest one, not an adult, the Democrats are turning us into a third world beep hole country. And she's one small part of that effort, to be sure. But LaMonica asked acting ICE, and he's the acting ICE director because the Democrats refused to confirm President Trump's nominees because they are the third world, because they are a banana republic masquerading as an American political party. So here is the famously unintelligent LaMonica MacGyver addressing Todd Lyons, who has 4 times the IQ that she has.
Let me ask you some questions that you may be able to answer.
You want me to ask?
Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
So much blood on your hands.
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay. Of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend.
I know you're going to hell, B-word. And, hey, let's get back to funding abortion and Planned Parenthood. Do you think you're going to hell with the blood on your hands? You make Joseph Goebbels look like the Red Cross, or maybe the Green Crescent, if you prefer. But that's are you going to hell? Well, listen, Democrats should stop shooting people. Democrats should stop murdering people in Chicago and Baltimore and Washington, D.C. and San Francisco. And you should stop giving drugs to everybody and free needles and all that stuff. But are you going to hell? That's, well, Congressman, I'm quite certain that you are. You're drenched in the blood of innocence. And I have a follow-up. I think I'd have fun in one of these hearings for a little bit. But that's screaming and yelling, are you going to hell, and all this good stuff. And then the chairman said, hey, Congresswoman LaMonica MacGyver, maybe you should take a pill or something.
Members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. The witnesses are here voluntarily, and I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking those witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the traditions of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking a question. You guys are always talking about religion here in the Bible. I mean, it's okay for me to ask a question, right?
She 3 times she's axing a question. I think if I were the chairman, I'd have to correct her. I'd have to say, I think the word that you're attempting to use is ask. And unless you're planning on swinging a heavy metal sharpened implement on the end of a wooden handle, because that's what an axe is.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, you're a member of Congress, all right? Try just getting a little bit of a handle on the English language, if you might. There was that's the Democrats holding congressional hearings. They're beneath the institution of the U.S. Congress, and they've made it normal. And they're vulgar, they're obtuse. I just wanted to say obtuse in the context of being vulgar as well. Vulgar and obtuse, and they demonstrate their low IQ on a daily basis. And they are the third world. Anyone that votes for this, if you vote for any Democrat anywhere, this is the vulgarity that you're voting for, and you're entitled to do that, of course. But things, if the Democrats took over the Congress, we would be full-blown Burkina Faso, third world banana republic, stupid. Right now, it's just the Democrat Party that is full-blown Burkina Faso, third world banana republic, stupid. Speaking of the Democrat Party, this is kind of fun. Here is an audio clip that has emerged, and this is by not Edward G. Robinson, but a soundbite. G. Edward Griffin. G. Edward Griffin. This was a 1969 lecture that G. Edward Griffin was giving about communism for the John Birch Society, which was pro-American, and conservatives and the Democrats, used to firebomb their storefronts, and they're not around anymore, or they'd still be firebombing them because that's who they are. But here's G. Edward Griffin, 1969, talking about the communists to the John Birch Society. And listen carefully to the language, to the words, to what the communists in the Communist Party in 1969 were recommending to their fellow travelers, to their fellow communists, now the Democrat Party. But listen to what they were recommending the communists to their fellow communists in the United States in 1969, coming out of the Soviet Union, these talking points.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
Constantly repeat after enough repetition. Does that sound familiar? Joseph Goebbels of the Socialist Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler famously liked to say, "A lie told once remains a lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth." The commies, the Nazis, very little daylight between them, but there is G. Edward Griffin, 1969, addressing the John Birch Society, talking about what the commies were peddling in the middle of World War II, when, of course, the Democrat Party was, FDR, were allied with Joseph Stalin, the number 2 mass murderer in the history of the world, and they're all in bed together in 1943. And the obstructionists, that's pro-American people, pro-capitalist people, pro-civilization people, pro-Christian people, when the obstructionists become so obnoxious, then you call them fascists, call them Nazis, discredit them by way of repetition. And that is exactly what the Democrat Party does all day, every day, today. If you're paying attention, and I know that you are because you're here with me. And the communists in 1943, selling the message to their fellow travelers in the United States, and the Democrats were all palsy with Stalin, and the obstructionists, pro-Americans, called them fascists, called them Nazis, discredit them, repeat the false claims until they become the truth. The communists, the fascists, virtually no daylight between them, and today's Democrat Party, using precisely the same techniques, the tactics, the language, the very words are identical.
Did I hear you correctly say that perhaps he was influenced by Goebbels and the Third Reich in terms of telling a big lie? I just want to make sure that's what I heard you say.
That's right. You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Hey, it's Sean Spicer. You have it all, the family, the house, the good job. But do you have life insurance? If you don't, call SelectQuote. They saved me $12,000 on amazing life insurance over the course of my policy. Their licensed agents shop the top providers to save customers thousands. Over 2 million people have trusted SelectQuote, and I'm one of them.
For over 40 years, SelectQuote has helped millions of customers save 50% or more on term life insurance compared to other life insurance carriers. Plus, with their same-day coverage, no medical exam is required, and you can be covered by the time you hang up the phone. Call SelectQuote today for your free quote in just minutes. Call 1-800-461-4545. That's 1-800-461-4545. Or visit SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-461-4545. SelectQuote.com.
I'm Dr. Howard Levine, Director of Cleveland Nasal Sinus and Sleep Center. During cold and flu season, I tell my patients the key to staying well is to pull out germs, mucus, bacteria, and viruses from the nose using the Navage-powered nasal irrigator. I irrigate my own nose daily with Navage to stay healthy and after seeing sick patients.
For drug-free congestion relief, trust #1 doctor-recommended Navage. Available at Walmart and Walgreens.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a